A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
This I believe. James Ramsey Ullman has been in turn a newspaperman, theatrical producer, ambulance driver, short story writer, and novelist. Not only has he done all of these things with distinction, but in between he has found time for extensive travel, mountain climbing, and reflection. This is James Ramsey Ullman's creed.
George Lee Mallory, perhaps the greatest of all English mountaineers, was once asked why he wanted so much and strove so mightily to climb Mount Everest. His reply consisted of 4 words: because it is there. There are people who have found that answer baffling. But to me, it is as clear and meaningful as an answer can be. A statement of first principles, not only for a mountaineer, but for a human being. A mountain is there, climb it. An ocean is there, cross it. A disease is there, cure it. A wrong is there, right it. On the surface, perhaps, these are very different things, but in essence, they are identically the same thing. The various words and 100 more could be erased and 1 word substituted. The word is challenge. The challenge is there. Meet it. To me, the response to challenge is the very core and mainspring of a man's nature. Now Everest has been climbed, and it was a great achievement. But I'm not speaking of achievement. The conquest of the physical world may be important, yes. Even more important is the conquest of the social and moral ills that plague us. War and poverty, ignorance and fear. But most important of all, I think, are not the ends we attain, but the ends we seek. For it is the very fact of that seeking that makes us more than animals, if somewhat less than gods. I do not believe in absolutes. We are not equipped to attain or even comprehend the absolute. Each victory we win begets a new challenge. Each forward step leads only to another step, and that in turn to another and another. Man today is vastly different from what he was 1,000 centuries ago, and he will be vastly different 1,000 centuries hence. For surely, in our present state, we can scarcely be the finished product of any self-respecting creator. Like the universe of which we are a part, we are not something that is and ever shall be, fixed and unalterable. Rather are we forever in the process of changing and becoming, travelers on a journey whose beginnings are hidden in darkness, and whose end we cannot guess. What I do believe is that on that journey we're sustained by a spark within us, and that spark has been kindled by God. Sometimes it grows to a bright, burning flame. Sometimes it is the merest flicker. But it is never altogether extinguished. It is always there, always telling us, if not in our conscious minds, then in our bones and blood, that we must still go on, that we will yet find the way, that the game is worth the candle, life worth the living. If a journey is endless, so is its challenge. And so long as we can respond to that challenge, we shall not be lost. Everest climbed, a victory won, 1,000 victories won. And then what? As surely as night follows day, there will be new summits ahead, new heights and depths, new problems, new challenges. And just as surely, in our groping, perverse, and blundering fashion, we shall go on to meet them. For that is the way we are made. It is not the summit that matters, but the fight for the summit. Not the ends of life, but life itself.
They're the beliefs of James Ramsey Ullman of Bermuda. Among his recent books is a collection of short stories, Island of the Blue Macaws.
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Hi, Ethelbert. How's things?
Okay, Casey. Say, Tony was in here and he dropped his
Let
card.
me see it. It says AHTMFNIG. I wonder what that
Here
means.
comes Tony now.
Hey, wait a minute. See if I can get it. Hi, Tony. What does AHTMFNIG mean, huh?
Oh, what, you don't know? Why, everybody knows, Casey.
Huh?
Everybody knows that means Anchor Hawking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Queen of the Amazon. Late afternoon, the Blue Note Cafe. The door opens, admitting a flurry of snow, a blast of freezing air, and a very cold Casey. Ethelbert, the head bartender, sir.
Well, look who's here.
Oh, give me a warmer up, Ethelbert. Quick. Got any fresh coffee?
Sure, Casey. Chilly out, huh?
Chilly. My fingers are dropping off, and there's no feeling in my feet. I think they're going to drop off.
I guess winter's pretty hard on you delicate people.
Nuts to you.
Here, this will make you feel better.
Thanks, pal. Thanks.
Where's Miss Williams?
Oh, she's trying to thaw out over at the office. We just finished an 18-mile drive. I thought we'd both freeze before we got back.
Oh, here's Miss Williams now.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Hi, Annie. Come on, sit down. Ethelbert, get her a cup of
No,
coffee.
Ethelbert. No can do. Casey, we've just been handed another assignment.
What? We just got back.
No, you know how kind-hearted City Desk is. We now get back into our nice cold automobile and drive out to a little farm near the Lindenhurst Aircraft Plant.
Oh, near Lindenhurst Aircraft. Well, that's 20 miles out and 20 miles back,
Yeah,
Annie.
that's all. And we cover an attempted burglary.
An attempted burglary. Oh.
The woman who runs the farm caught the burglars before they could take anything. The two yeggs are now in cells at the old Turnpike police station.
Annie, there's no news value in that kind of a yarn. Certainly not enough to warrant a 40-mile drive in zero weather. Listen, I'm going to go up and talk to that murderer that calls himself a city editor. I'm going to tell
Now,
him...
hold it, Casey.
What?
We're going to have a swell comedy story.
Comedy?
Mm-hmm. The two would-be burglars took quite a beating from the little farmerette who discovered them. You see, she used to be with a circus. Her specialty was bending iron bars into pretzel shape. And she was billed as Marina, Queen of the Amazon.
A circus strong woman.
Uh-huh.
Imagine two dopey eggs trying to rob a circus strong lady.
Yeah.
You think it'll be worth a long, cold drive, Casey?
Nothing's worth that, but let's go. Oh. Swell business, this newspaper rack. Only dope stick to it, Annie. My feet are like chunks of ice. I can hardly work the brakes in this
Oh,
car.
now stop crabbing, Casey. I'm cold, too.
What, you are? Oh, and look, let me tuck that blanket around you a little better.
Okay.
There you are, honey. You know, City Desk shouldn't have sent you out here on a day like this.
Why not? I'm no softy. And I'm looking forward to meeting Marina, Queen of the Amazon. She sounds interesting.
Sounds like a homely mess of muscle with the personality of a male gorilla.
Oh, that must be her place, just ahead of us.
Yeah. Say, look, has she got a regular name, or do we just address her as Your Majesty, Queen Marina?
Her real name is Millicent Hodges.
Millicent?
Mm-hmm. It's a nice-looking farmhouse she has.
Not bad. Well, I'll turn in and we'll park in the driveway.
Oh, she's back near those chicken houses. That must be her, Casey.
Yeah. Is she big?
I guess 6 feet 2 at least.
Good 300 pounds. None of it fat. I'm going to stop here.
Now she's seen us. She's coming over.
Hey, Annie, you know something? She's got a pretty face, kind of a baby face.
Yeah. Let's get out of here.
There's something I can do for you folks?
Are you Miss Millicent Hodges?
Yeah, that's me.
We're from the Morning Express. We'd like to get the facts about the trouble you had here today.
Oh, I didn't have no trouble, mister. That's what them two fellers had who tried to rob me.
Yeah, I can believe that. This is Miss Williams. My name is Casey.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello, Miss Hodges.
I kind of figured some of your reporters would be getting out here pretty soon.
Well, I hope you won't mind telling us about what
Of
happened.
course I don't mind. Like you probably heard, I used to be with a circus, and my kind of folks never hate publicity. Oh, but no use talking out here in cold. Come inside outside the house where it's warm.
Oh, that suits me fine.
Me too.
I like cold, bracing days like this, but they must be kind of tough on you little people.
Oh, that'll hold you for a while, Casey.
Hey, step in.
Thanks.
Oh, heat again. This is swell.
Get yourself chairs near the stove and sit. Oh, here's a nice, comfortable one, Miss Williams. I'll take my knitting off it.
Oh, you're knitting socks.
Uh-huh. For a gentleman friend.
I wish I was your gentleman friend, Miss Hodges.
Why, Mr. Casey.
Those socks will really keep a guy's feet from freezing. Look at the wool in them, Annie.
And Miss Hodges knits beautifully.
Argyle.
Oh, it is Miss Hodges, isn't it?
Well, that's right. I ain't ever been married yet. But you want to hear how I caught them two bums and knocked their heads together?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to shoot some pictures of you, too.
Oh, I hope you don't mind if I powder my nose and push up my hair first. I wouldn't like the circus folks who know me to think I'm letting myself go since I went back to farming.
Sure, Miss Hodges, go right ahead.
When did you leave the circus? And you said you went back to farming?
After the old folks died and with the war coming on, it seemed growing food was more important than weightlifting. Oh, well, now, you can take my pictures anytime you want to. Oh, I hope I look a little better than I did before.
You look swell.
He's one of them flattering men, ain't he, Miss Williams?
Well, I've never noticed it.
Look, if you'll sit down and tell Miss Williams your story, I'll just take some informal shots while you're talking, and then later I'll ask you to pose for a few.
All right. Well, about them burglars. Now, I left the house to go out to the cow barn, which I do at just that time every day. Until a week ago, I had a good old watchdog who stayed here while I did such chores, but he died suddenly. Got something poison, I think.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
Well, when I got inside the barn, I remembered that I'd clean forgot something. So I started to go back for it. And what did I see but a couple of strange fellas sneaking into my house by the back door? Oh, Mr. Casey, you took a picture.
Yes, Miss Hodges.
Oh, I hope it didn't look awful.
Mm-hmm. I snapped it then because I thought you looked especially nice.
I don't trust you at all.
I never lie to a good-looking woman.
Oh, you.
Getting back to your story, how long do you usually stay in that cow barn, Miss Hodges?
At that time, a good hour at least.
Well, then, if you hadn't forgotten something and gone back to
them fellas would have gotten away with what they tried to do. But they didn't. I snuck back to the house soft and easy. It must have taken me a good 15 or 20 minutes. And here was them two burglars trying to bust open the trunk in my bedroom. Well, they had time to think I grabbed them, taught them a lesson, and phoned the cops to come and pick up the pieces.
They were trying to open a trunk in your bedroom?
Yeah. Come on, I'll show you. There. That old circus prop trunk.
Looks more like a steel safe than a trunk.
Well, it was built special to carry the big weights I used in my act. It's almost as strong as a safe, and there's a doggone good lock on it. Take a long time to open that trunk without a key, and I always carry that with me.
You keep something valuable in that trunk, Miss Hodges?
Why, nothing any burglar could cash in on, very heavy. I use it for storage. There's mostly just clothes in there and linens.
Uh-huh.
Miss Williams, well, it's kind of what you call my hope chest.
I see.
Just because a girl is big doesn't mean she has to die an old maid.
Well, you're not the old maid type, Miss Hodges.
I ain't going to be one either.
Say, is everything in this room just as it was when you discovered those two men?
Pretty near the same.
This dresser set looks like silver.
Heavy sterling. I won it in the ladies' wrestling contest.
This very handsome clock.
The case is solid 18-karat gold. I got it for busting a hammer throw record.
They were here in plain sight when those men were here.
Just as you see them now.
Well, Miss Hodges, why do you suppose they didn't take these things instead of trying to open that trunk?
The cops asked me that, and the answer is, I got no idea. There isn't anything in that trunk that'd do anyone but me the slightest bit of good. Oh, there's my doorbell. Excuse me.
Here, go ahead.
Casey, why do you suppose...
This attempted burglary is becoming interesting, Annie. Why do you suppose that watchdog was poisoned last week?
Oh, I'd forgotten about that.
Ambrose, Tweenie, my darling. Ambrose, I have company. Company? Oh, Miss Williams. Mr. Casey, will you come out here?
Sure, Miss Hodges.
Oh, I want you to meet my friend, Mr. Higginbotham.
How are you?
Mr. Higginbotham?
How do you do? Mr. Higginbotham works at the Lindenhurst Aircraft. He's one of their most valuable men. Miss Williams and Mr. Casey are from the newspaper, Ambrose.
Oh, about the burglary, I suppose.
You heard about them burglars, Ambrose?
Yes, the policeman told one of the guards at the plant, and the guard told me. I'm so glad you caught those crooks, Queenie.
They were trying to get into our trunk. They might have cleaned me out of house and home if I hadn't stopped them.
Yes. Were you and Miss Williams just about to leave, Mr. Casey?
Leave?
Well, I told you all there is to tell.
Oh, I've only taken one picture of you, Miss Hodges.
Oh, well, take your pictures, of course.
I suppose I shoot one of you and Mr. Higginbotham together.
No, I've had nothing to do with the burglary. I mean, I can be of no interest to your newspaper readers.
Oh, Ambrose is the retiring kind, Mr. Casey. Why not have one of us two together, Ambrose? It'll be all right now.
No.
Okay. Well, I'll take a few more of Miss Hodges alone, then we'll be on our way. And then, Ann, we'll stop at the old Turnpike Precinct Station and see what the cops have learned about those two men that tried to rob you, Miss Hodges.
Why will you do that?
Well, it's my line of business, Mr. Higginbotham. And besides that, I'm a curious guy.
I got a headquarters report on the fingerprints of those two eggs just before you and Miss Williams walked into the station here, Casey.
Yeah?
One of them is Gus Newton.
Gus Newton?
Well, he's a notorious safecracker.
One of the cleverest boxmen in the racket.
Well, he's always going out for furs and jewelry, big stuff.
Yeah. He must have been awfully low in the chips to be prowling a farmhouse.
Well, did you make him talk any?
You can make his kind talk, Miss Williams. Or guys like the other fella.
Who's the other fellow, sir?
Name's Loader. The FBI want him for suspected espionage and illegal entry into this country. Funny, ain't it?
Yeah. So what do you know about a guy named Ambrose Higginbotham, Sarge?
Oh, he's the little shrimp Big Queenie's sweet on. Works for the Lindenhurst aircraft.
Yeah, that's the guy. Is he okay?
He couldn't hold a job at Lindenhurst if he wasn't. They're doing some hush-hush government stuff there, and their employees are investigated pretty thoroughly. Why do you ask about him?
No, just curious.
What do you know about Miss Hodges, Sergeant Rourke?
Plenty, Miss Williams, and all of it good. Queenie's a little weak in the head where men are concerned. Her size makes most guys fight shy of her, and she don't like it that way. But a better woman hasn't been made yet.
I figured that. Well, thanks, Sarge. Come along, Annie. We'll do back at the office.
Yeah. So long, Sergeant.
Drop in again when you're out here in the sticks.
Yeah, we will. So long.
So long.
I hate to face this cold again.
Me too. After I drop you at the office, Ann, I'll have this trip to make again.
Why?
Because I'd like to know more about that big trunk of Miss Hodges. I'm going to pay her another visit this evening.
You mean we'll pay her another visit?
No, Annie. I'm making this call alone.
Oh, why?
Annie, look. Miss Hodges is a gal. When a guy wants to make himself popular in Florida, he doesn't go there with a crate of California oranges.
You know, once most weddings were in June, but today there are almost as many marriages in January. So if you have the problem of selecting a wedding gift, I'd like to suggest Anchor Hocking's amazing new kind of dinnerware, Jadeite. Now, it's spelled Jadeite, Jadeite. And Jadeite has the color and texture of rare oriental jade. Yet it's as sturdy and heat-proof as the oven glass you use for baking. And it costs less than half as much as any other dinnerware you can buy. A 35-piece Jadeite dinner service for 6, including 6 cups, 6 saucers, 6 dessert plates, 6 salad plates, 6 dinner plates, a big vegetable bowl, a platter, and a sugar and creamer set costs less than $5. Now, naturally, you needn't wait for a wedding to buy Jadeite. You'll find it in open stock at chain stores, department and hardware stores, as well as other stores selling chinaware and glass. Now, remember the name, Jadeite, the newest triumph of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Mr. Casey!
Good evening, Miss Hodges. I hope you'll forgive me for intruding on you again, but some of the pictures I took of you this afternoon didn't do you justice, I thought, and, well, I kind of thought you might be kind enough to let me shoot some more.
Why, of course. Come in.
Oh, thank you very much.
That pretty little lady, Miss Williams, isn't with you.
No. Oh, that good-looking gentleman I met here, Mr. Higginbotham, gone.
Ambrose left just a few minutes ago. I cooked dinner for him.
You did? Lucky guy. Bet you're a swell cook.
Well, I know how to do a few things besides lifting quarter-ton barbells.
I've already guessed that.
Pick up your overcoat, Mr. Casey. Don't you feel the cold when you go out again?
Thanks. Oh, wait, I got something in my pocket. Hope you won't think I'm presuming too much on short acquaintance if I... Well, this is for you.
The Baxter...
Your chocolate creams. Hope you like them.
Oh, they're my favorite candy.
I'm glad.
Oh. Well, I suppose you want to take those pictures as soon as possible so you can get back to your office. I'll go pat him a note.
Oh, I'm in no hurry. No. Matter of fact, I'd like to talk to you while Miss Hodges gets better acquainted.
What do you mean, Mr. Casey?
Well, it isn't often a man meets a woman like you.
No, it ain't. I'm a freak. A female giant. Only a few like me in the whole world. But I ain't brainless, Mr. Casey, and not altogether. I don't like to be kidded. You ain't trying to kid me, are you?
No, Miss Hodges.
I figured you for a nice guy. Say, you don't have to call me Miss Hodges. My friends call me Queenie, and we're going to be friends.
I hope so. Really?
I know so, Casey.
Thanks. Oh, nuts. I was trying to put something over on you, and it made me feel like a louse. Well, my cards are face up from this time on.
What do you mean?
I haven't come out here because I want more pictures or because I'm a wolf on the hunt. I'm here to find out what you've got in that trunk that those burglars tried to open. You said you used the trunk for a hope chest.
I do. And what business is it of yours, Mr. Casey?
It's none. None of my business. I know that. I'm not a cop who has a right to question you. I'm just a newspaper stiff out for pictures and exclusive stories. And you don't have to give them to me.
I'm a sap for folks who lay their cards on the table. I'll tell you what you want to know, Casey.
Thanks.
But learning about that trunk won't give you any big news feed. This has been a secret up to now. Ambrose and I are going to be married.
You and Mr. Higginbottom?
Uh-huh. Which make that old trunk more than just a hope chest. It's full of things I've accumulated for our wedding. Clothes, nice linens, plus a lot of U.S. savings bonds Ambrose has given me to put away.
Savings bonds?
Yeah, made out in my name. That's why I told you this afternoon that nothing in the trunk could do a burglar any good.
But there's nothing there but clothes and linen and savings bonds in your name?
In my name and his. Oh, I'll open the trunk and show you. Come on. Ambrose and I have been having some little arguments about them bonds. You see, he's been giving them to me at least one a week ever since we got secretly engaged last September. We kept our engagement secret because he was getting a divorce.
Oh, divorce?
Uh-huh. It was only 10 days ago, and then to celebrate, he wanted me to let him have the bonds so as he could cash them in and buy me a swell wedding present.
I see.
But I said, no, we'll just let them bonds stay as they are and draw interest. They're the only wedding present I want, I told him.
But 10 days ago, you refused to let him have the bonds.
Yeah. He was pretty sore about it. And he was sore again tonight because I wouldn't let him have them after them burglars were here. He'll get over his mad. I carry the only key to this trunk around my neck. It's kind of precious to me. It's my future, Mr. Casey.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah. Now, it's open. See for yourself. The bonds are in this compartment in them sealed manila envelopes.
In sealed envelopes?
Yeah, Ambrose gave them to me that way so I get a big surprise when they're finally open. You see, I don't know how big those bonds are. Some may be only 25, some may be hundreds or bigger.
Queenie, will you open one of those envelopes now?
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Then I'll have to do it.
No, give me that. I won't let
It's
you.
too late now to stop me. Look.
It ain't a bond. It's just paper.
Draftsman's tracing paper.
It's a plan of some kind.
It's like only a small section of a plan, like part of an airplane wing.
I don't understand.
I think I do. Queenie, your Ambrose works in the drafting room of Lindenhurst Aircraft. They've been working on jet propulsion planes, and your Ambrose has been tracing blueprints. He didn't dare keep those tracings, so he tricked you into keeping them. And when his copying was complete, he tried to get the sections back from you, but you refused to let him have those envelopes, which accounts for the attempted burglary today.
Oh, you don't mean that Ambrose...
Miss Hodges, one of the burglars you caught here is a known enemy of our government.
I can't believe it.
Because you're a fool.
Ambrose!
Hello, Higginbottom.
Put up your hands, both of you. Okay. Put them up, Queenie, or I shoot.
All right, Ambrose.
Now, stay that way. I saw your car pull up in front of this house tonight, Mr. Casey. I thought it best to stay around. I let myself in very quietly and have been listening.
You're selling out your country. You're something I hoped I'd never meet. A traitor.
Certain people pay me well for those plans.
And you conned me into helping you.
Nobody would suspect you of hiding stolen plans, and it was so easy to make you believe that I was your devoted future husband.
Yeah, it was a sin.
Until now, fella, I thought a worm was the lowest thing on earth.
Your opinion doesn't matter to me, Casey, or hers either. In a few minutes, you'll both be very dead, but first I'll take my savings bonds from this trunk.
No, you won't. Don't close that. Don't lock it.
Well worked, Queenie. When he had his eyes on you, I got him. Pick up that gun I knocked out of his hand.
Oh, I ain't bothered with any gun. I just want my hands on that rat. Don't let her touch me. Marco!
Put up your hand.
I forgot to tell you, fools, I had friends outside.
Come in, Joe. This Ambrose, this weakling, had to call for our help. He could not handle these people alone.
This Casey jumped me, Marco. She should have killed
You're
me.
a bungler. You even let her lock the trunk again.
She has the key in her hand.
Take it from her, Joe. Yes, Captain.
You don't have to take it. I'll give it to him. Here.
Captain, it is broken. Useless.
I just busted it in pieces for you, and it's the only key there is.
Queenie, you're some gal.
Ambrose, a garage adjoins this house.
Yes, there's a door into it from the kitchen.
You and Mr. Casey will proceed to that garage, Miss Hodges.
I ain't going
Ain't
to...
got the drop on us, Queenie. Better do as they say.
You're correct, Mr. Casey. Both of you, go.
All right.
Open that door, Ambrose.
I will.
You ready, Joe? Yes, Captain. Go into that garage, Miss Hodges and Casey.
Okay.
Joe, now.
Look out, Casey. Oh, you hit him from behind. I'll fix you.
Get this big woman, too, with your blackjack. I am trying.
She almost got us first.
She is more strong as a elephant. Get rope. Bind their hands and feet and gag them.
Why don't you kill them now, Marco? Get it over.
The important thing now is to get those plans. The lock is very loose now, Captain. It's beginning to break free. It has taken a very long time. It's strong lock. Limited to steel. I have broken it off at last. Open the lid.
There are the envelopes, Marco.
I see them, Ambrose. I put them in my pockets.
Now, you'll pay me for them. The complete plan is there, ready to assemble. The complete plan, the secret plan.
You will be paid. First, I have another appointment to make. Those two in the garage.
You mean you're going to kill them now?
Yes. Bring that little crowbar, Joe. It will be a quiet instrument of execution. Come, both of you.
I'm looking forward to this. That Casey nearly twisted my arm off in Queens.
There will be nothing personal in their punishment, Ambrose.
I don't care why or how they get what's coming to them, just so they don't get it before they can turn me over to the FBI.
Joe, you bound them very securely? Yes. Even the big woman could not get free, Captain. See? They lie on the floor just like we left them. Their eyes are open. They have recovered consciousness. That's good. Put away your gun, Ambrose. None of us need such noisy weapons now.
You're the boss, Marco.
The woman up my throat.
Free.
It's nice you guys to come within our reach. I've finished my mug, Queenie.
Oh, so have I. Now it's your turn, Ambrose. Let me go, Queenie. Don't.
Not too hard, Queenie. Leave something for the cops to take away.
Oh, they'll take Ambrose away in sections, just like he stole them plans. What?
The window.
Oh, someone's crashing in the door.
Pick up your hand.
Whoa.
FBI, man. FBI. You heard me, Casey.
Bill Travers.
You surprised? Surprised? Am I? How did you get here? Why? We've been waiting for Higginbotham and these guys to come out of the house and walk into our arms. But then when we heard a battle going on in the garage here, it seemed best to cut in. Hey, you've done a job on these birds.
Wait a minute, Bill. You knew about Higginbotham and those stolen plans?
Well, the FBI doesn't miss many bets, Casey.
I'll say they don't.
Well, we've been wise to little Ambrose ever since he first traced the section of a secret jet plane blueprint and smuggled it out of Lindenhurst plant. And after that, we made it easy for him to trace and smuggle out sections of the wrong blueprint.
The wrong one?
That's right. You see, we had an idea that Higginbotham was using this place as a hideout for the false plan. But our real concern was to find the big boys.
You mean you were watching them in this house when I came here?
Uh-huh. We saw you come into the house, but we couldn't identify you in the darkness. You were an unexpected development that caused us a little worry. Why did you come here? Well, I was sticking my nose into something I might have known you FBI guys would have under control. Say, Bill, look, I got a camera around somewhere. How about letting me do a job I do know something about?
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment, but first let me ask you a question. Tell me, are you proud of the coffee you serve? Well, here's a way to make delicious coffee at a moment's notice without fuss or bother of any kind. All you need is a spoon, a cup, and a glass jar. A glass jar of soluble coffee. Put a spoonful of this delicious new kind of coffee in a cup, add hot water. That's all there is to it. But be sure your soluble coffee comes to you in convenient Anchor glass jars. That Anchor glass jar saves you so much trouble in measuring. There's no waste from spilling. And what's more important, glass jars protect the flavor and freshness of soluble coffee against harmful moisture long after the jar is opened. Enjoy a cup of good coffee whenever you want it. There's no more fuss or bother than pouring out a cup of hot water. Use soluble coffee out of clean, sanitary Anchor glass containers. You know, 2/3 of the packers of soluble coffee protect their products by using clean, sanitary Anchor glass containers and Anchor caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Well, that's what happened, Ethelbert. Annie, you know, I still feel like a dope.
Well, why? You brought back a good story and some swell exclusive pictures.
I ain't heard all the story yet. After them fellas bound you and Miss Hodges hand and foot, Casey, how'd you get free?
That?
Yeah.
Well, there was a car in the garage with old tire chains on the wheels.
Old tire chain?
Some of the links were worn so thin that the edges were like knives, and that's how we used them.
Huh. That Queenie must be a swell fella.
Oh, yeah. She's aces. Annie, you know what she's going to do?
What?
She's promised to knit me wool socks.
Looks like you're going to have some romantic competition, Miss Williams. As my sister Edna says, quote, in the wintertime, the way to a man's heart begins with a pair of warm feet. Unquote.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures, all products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. The part of Queenie was played by Hope Emerson, and Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This I believe. As a boy in Milwaukee, Jade Jostin was stage-struck. He tried his luck in Hollywood, working for a telephone company daytimes, playing in stock at night. Success came to him in radio, where he is well known as Mr. District Attorney. Now he recapitulates the experiences that have been important to him in life.
This I believe. Or should I say this, I know. A question in the minds of most young people in this insecure era is, what is the recipe for success? Not the success that can be measured in dollar signs alone, but the kind that includes a genuine inner satisfaction. I used to ask that same question when I was younger, and the usual answer was, well, there is no recipe, no standard by which success can be assured. Well, this, I believe, is untrue. I believe that the pattern of success lies in a determination to take a true, cold, critical inventory of ourselves, our capabilities, our special talents, and select that field in which we think we could excel and which we feel would bring us the ultimate in satisfaction. I proved this theory to myself, I think. When I was a lad back in Milwaukee, most of my playmates, in discussing what they'd like to be when they grew up, wanted to become policemen or firemen or cowboys and the like. While I, fascinated by the billboards and placards advertising theater attractions, circuses, and carnivals, felt the urge to be part of these exciting and mysterious worlds. I hung around the theaters, longing to go backstage, to watch the scenery being put into place, to see a rehearsal, but that was too much to hope for, to get a glimpse of an actor in his dressing room making himself look the character he was playing. I went to work as an usher, but before too long had moved to the other side of the footlights, playing one-night stands, often under canvas, with a repertory company. And then my big chance came, an opportunity to read a good part in an important play for a successful producer. As I stood in the center of that huge stage, reading the lines I had studied all night to what I knew was my most important audience, just one man in a darkened and otherwise empty theater, I suddenly felt insecure and small. I was unfit to meet the challenge. Maybe I shouldn't have chosen an actor's career. The eloquent silence when I had finished, broken only by the director's cold, final thank you, was a eulogy for all my hopes. And the director was right. I just didn't have it. And sometime later, I told the story of my failure to a director I was then working with in Cincinnati. He was a very fine director, and a man of infinite kindness. And now, even to this day, I'm not sure if it was what he told me, or if in that moment, within myself, the knowledge of what I had lacked came to me almost as an inspiration. In any case, the germ, the standard of success was born. It was simply self-assurance, a knowing that I was master of my trade and the use of my tools. And at that moment I had learned that without a belief and a faith in my capabilities, I cannot be convincing. And unless I convince, I cannot succeed. But armed with that faith, regardless of one's selection of a trade, a profession, or what you will, providing he knows that he has chosen that calling most fitted to himself, he has the victorious attitude. For me, the pattern of the tapestry of success is woven of the thread of faith.
Known on the air as Mr. District Attorney, actor J. Justin lives his real life on Long Island with his wife and 2 sons and the beliefs he has just expressed.
Crime does not pay.
Nice going, Annie. Very nice. You're terrific.
It's easy with a rifle, Frank. Here, watch. Anyhow, tin cans on a fence don't move.
Moving targets, huh, Annie?
Yeah.
All right, now look what I rigged up yesterday.
What?
You see, here, look. You pull the rope here.
Yeah.
And way off there, a can swings like a pendulum.
Hey, that's better. Okay, let's see. There's nothing to it.
You folks must have named you for Annie Oakley.
Like I said, Frankie, with a rifle, it's a cinch. Watch me with a pistol now. Okay, start the can swinging.
Yeah, sure.
Here I go. 1 and 2 and... How am I doing, boy?
Oh, baby, you are a genius with a gun. Another couple of weeks and we'll be going places.
Weeks? What's the matter with right now? If I can hit tin cans at this distance, a guard at a bank ought to be easy as the sight of a barn.
interest of good citizenship and law enforcement, we present Crime Does Not Pay, based on the famous Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer series of short subjects. In just a moment, you will hear Two-Gun Annie, starring Joan Loring. Now, Crime Does Not Pay, starring Joan Loring as Anne Armistead in Two-Gun Annie. It was strange somehow, at least to those who knew her. Anne was a small girl, light brown hair, nice features, a pretty girl. More, Anne had every advantage of a decent upbringing and a nice home. Her father, Martin Armistead, widowed when Anne was quite young, was a school teacher. Respectability was the keynote of his life and of Anne's. All of which made it seem hardly within the realm of possibility that her father should have trouble with Anne. Still, the trouble came to the point where the father faced his daughter in the living room and spoke to her in no uncertain terms.
It's beyond my comprehension, Anne. I know what you've been up to, but I can't believe it.
What do you know I've been up to, Dad?
You were involved with the hot rods on the road Saturday night. You were at the roadside rest until after 2 in the morning.
So what? What if I was? And how do you know this anyway? Did you see me?
One question at a time, Anne. I know because Joe Barlow saw you from his prowl car and came to me about it.
Joe Barlow should mind his own business.
It is his business, Anne. He's a policeman. I never thought you would be a policeman's business, Anne.
So we were speeding. We weren't risking anybody's neck but our own. There wasn't another car on the
Stop
road.
it, Anne. You're a senior at high school. You know better. Even if you haven't any sense of responsibility, you ought to know
I don't
better
want any sense of responsibility. I want to have some fun.
Do you call it having fun when you put me to shame before the whole town?
Let the town mind its own business.
Perhaps when a teacher can't control his own child, it is the town's business. It may follow from that he can't control other people's children, even in the classroom.
Oh, cut it out, Dad. You can't get around me that way, and you know it.
What do I have to do with you, Anne? Lock you in your room?
Try it and see what happens. I'll be 18 in a month. You'll lose me as an income tax deduction man.
Anne, I order you to stop your present behavior.
Save it, Dad. You're just talking.
Oh, am I? Well, then you listen, young lady. I've done my best for you since your mother died. You've never wanted for anything. You've had plenty of freedom. Maybe I should have seen to it that you were taught more self-control. I don't know. But I'll tell you this.
Oh.
I know you're a leader among the crowd that drives these jalopies and raises General Ned around town. And if you don't quit them now, I'll turn you over to Joe Barlow myself the day you're 18.
All finished, Dad?
In more ways than one.
Okay. Then I'm going out. Got a date with Frankie.
I warn you.
Save it, Dad. You said your piece, now I'll say mine. Before I give you or anybody a chance to turn me in, I'll leave this one-horse town forever. Take it or leave it, Dad. I'm sick of it, Frankie. I just won't take any more. I won't.
Well, what do you think? You think I like this town? Or what I'm doing, Annie Pie? Jerking sodas for a bunch of kids in jeans? Great for excitement, I don't think.
What brought you here in the first place, then?
The railroad. This was as far from hometown as my dough would take me.
Well, you've been making money. Why do you stick?
On account of a little babe with light brown hair who was afraid of nothing. Not even of me.
Afraid of you, Frankie? You're the only man in town.
You can say that again.
Hey, how fast did we go last night?
Last night I went 65. Now, what'll you bet I can get her up to 70?
Go on, try it. You think she'll hold together?
I tightened the bailing wire this morning. Ready now? Hold on, baby. Here we go.
Wow. Frankie. Please. Keep her going.
Down to the floor.
Frankie, this is great. It's the fastest you've ever gone.
Get your head out the window.
Oh, Frankie.
How about that, huh?
Oh, this is
Struck the radiator. Couldn't take it.
But the needle went to 72. It
72,
was wonderful,
huh?
Frankie. Yeah, it was just wonderful. Boy, when we roll like that, it's out of this world.
Well, you sure like speed, don't you, Annie Pie?
I like anything that'll get me out of this dump and far, far away. Oh, Frankie, I'm so bored. I'm so darn bored. Except when we do things like that.
Now, honey, take it easy, huh? Now, just settle down for a minute, because I want to talk to you.
Now you sound like my father.
I don't feel like your father.
You don't act like him. Oh, Frankie.
Do you mean it, baby, about getting out of this town?
Like I never meant anything in my whole life. I want to get away. Get to a big city, maybe. Get my hands on some dough, real money.
How's your patience, Ann?
Patience? What for?
Bowie, we might have to take more of this before we could really get away.
Hey, you sound like you had a plan.
I have. Now, listen, I could go back home.
Yeah.
Tell the family I came back because I'm married and broke. They'd give me the money to send for you. That'd be the first step.
Yeah?
After that, we could go on and we could plan. We could make real plans. You and me together, Annie Pie. We could go places.
All right, Frankie. I'll be 18 next month. I'll be on my own. Send for me then, Frankie. And I'll take the first train going your way.
I
feel good. I'm here.
What about your old man?
Oh, I had it out with him. Told him I was going bye-bye. He didn't say much. Just looked sad around the edges. Hey, I'm free, Frankie. Where do we go from here?
Oh, we go to my folks' place. For a while, anyway. Hey. Here, put this on.
A wedding ring?
Yeah, check. I told him you're my wife. Next couple of days, if we have time, we can drive over to a justice and make it legal, huh?
Frankie.
Now, come on, Annie Pie. The jalopy's wasted. Time's a wasted. We got things to do, you and me.
What's this, Frankie? See if I'm a good student when you're the teacher.
Uh-huh. Hey, nice going, Annie. Very nice. You're terrific.
It's easy with a rifle, Frank. Watch. Anyhow, tin cans on a fence don't move.
Moving targets, Annie. All right. Now, look what I rigged up yesterday.
Yeah?
You see here, look. You pull the rope here, see?
Yeah.
And way off there, see, a can swings like a pendulum.
Hey, that's better. Okay. Let's see. Well, there's nothing to it.
Sister, your folks must have named you for Annie Oakley.
Like I said, Frankie, with a rifle, it's a cinch. Okay, watch me with a pistol now. Okay. Start the can swing.
Yeah. Check.
Here I go.
Huh?
1, 2, and... How am I doing,
Oh, you're
boy?
a genius with a gun, baby. Another couple of weeks and we'll be going places.
Weeks? Well, what's the matter with right now? If I can hit tin cans at this distance, a guard at a bank ought to be as easy as the side of the barn.
Why, Ann, whatever. Where you two going this time of morning?
We're going hunting, Mom. Deer season opens today.
Well, slacks are all right, Ann, but... Well, I must say you look like a boy with that baseball cap and all.
That's the idea, Mom.
Now, why would a young man want his wife to look like a boy?
Well, fellas might kid me too much. You know, who takes his wife along, honey?
You do, darling.
Don't I, though?
Both of you be careful. More people get killed in accidents. Here, Ann. Wear this.
Your red scarf? But, Ma, when's
Then nobody will mistake you for an animal. There. Red goes well with your coloring.
Let's go, Annie Pie.
No breakfast?
Oh, we'll be all right. We're going through town. Frank says the hunting is better over in that direction. Don't you, Frankie?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, goodbye, Mom. Don't worry. We're going to be fine.
Look out, he's got a gun. Look out.
out, hear me? First man opens his mouth gets it. See my partner's guns? He's got an itchy finger. I'll keep him covered, kid, while I get the cash.
You bet, fella. We said don't move. Shut up, lady. You're not hurt. Shut up, everybody.
All right, kid. I got all the cash. Let's go. Boy, there should be a run on this bank this afternoon.
They're starting. Yeah. Quick, before they turn on the alarm.
How much you think we got, Annie Fly?
We'll count it later. Good hunting, though. Hey, you think they knew it?
No, not a chance. Hey, there goes the alarm.
Keep driving. I'll watch behind. Let me get rid of your Mars red scarf. They'll be describing it all over in half an hour.
But we'll be out of the state.
Hey, Frankie, police car taking off after us.
That was fast.
Slow down a minute. Slow down. Do as I say. They can catch us anyway. They got souped up motors. Good. Hold steady now. Don't spoil my aim.
And don't kill anybody.
You think I'm crazy? I just want to... Oh, I missed. Both hands. One more try. They're getting closer.
Shooting at us.
Well, did you think they wouldn't? Hold everything, Frankie. I can't miss this time. Hey, I got him. Right front tire. Blew right off the rim. Speed up, Frankie. We're in the clear. Now they'll never catch us.
In just a moment, Crime Does Not Pay will continue with Two Gun Annie. Now we continue with Crime Does Not Pay, starring Joan Loring as Ann Armistead in Two Gun Annie. They made it that first time. They made it completely. The police car, its tires shot out by Ann's marksmanship, abandoned the chase. Ann and Frankie drove into the next state, to the outskirts of a big city. There, excited, tired, they left their jalopy well hidden in a small wood, but not before Ann had exchanged her boy's attire for a sweater and skirt. Then they walked into the heart of the city, found a furnished room, and settled down. A week passed. The excitement began to disappear. Another week, and another. By the end of the month, with pursuit apparently a thing of the past, Ann and Frank ventured into the streets in daylight as well as at night. Late one afternoon, in a quiet residential neighborhood.
Frankie?
Uh-huh.
How much do we have left? Of the money, I mean.
Enough.
Oh, now you bought me clothes. We've been to nightclubs. How much is left?
Well, you counted it with me. You know how much we had in the first place.
Oh, I see. We're almost broke, huh?
Yeah, check, Annie Pie.
We better start thinking about getting some more.
Oh, we'll need a car for that.
Well, that should be pretty easy. Only this time, no jalopy, a real car.
Why not a heap?
A real car doesn't sway. Not as much, anyway. I don't want to waste bullets like the last time.
Pie, you're terrific.
Thanks, Frankie.
Any special kind of car you're thinking of?
Yeah, a heavy one.
Heavy?
Yeah, see, like that sedan over there.
Yeah. Looks like there's plenty of speed under that hood, huh?
I wonder... Come on, Frankie.
Now what?
Neighborhood like this, people have a tendency to get careless a little. Oh, they sure do. Look.
Yeah, I see the keys.
Hanging right in the lock on the dashboard. Oh, it's practically an invitation.
Isn't it, though?
Do we?
We do. It's a keen job, this one, huh?
You can say that again.
Where to, madame?
The house, Franklin.
The house?
There's certain equipment we don't want to leave behind, including the firearms and the young gentleman's outfit that fits me so well.
Gas, sir? How many gallons? 5 will do it, mister. Will you turn off your ignition, please? Because...
Sorry, mister. As you can see, it's not your gas we're after.
Listen, tell the boy to put that gun away.
Why, when I told him to take it out in the first place? I do like the kid says, see?
Well, there's not much in the register. Please
Get
don't.
moving. If it's not in the register, it's someplace. Filling station big as this always has plenty of dough on Saturday.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. What may we do for you?
We want a room. What have you got?
Well, sir...
We've driven a long way today. Anything with a bath will do.
Sorry, ma'am. There's nothing left with bath.
Well, how much without?
There's nothing left without either, sir.
Did you hear that, dear?
I heard. It's not very hospitable, is it?
No. Now, don't you think you could be more accommodating if you were in his place, dear?
Oh, I know I could.
Now, see here.
You see here.
A gun.
Two of them. And they talk loud if they have to.
You want to know what they say?
Yes, sir.
They say get into the office. My wife will mind the desk for you. Go on and get back into the office with me. Open the safe. We'll have a couple of guests you're going to pay to get to leave. Lots of power under that hood. How I'd love to let her out.
But you won't. Not past the limit yet. No traffic cops this trip.
Check. Annie Pie, did you ever see a scared rabbit like that hotel clerk?
What a waste of time. $500 in the safe, and look at the chances we took.
Well, chances are part of this business, Annie Pie. It's like the big businessmen say, the calculated risk.
Yeah, sure, but the profit's got to be worth the risk.
Meaning, baby?
That the First National Bank over in White Oak is just begging for a heist.
And we didn't do so good at the first job in a bank.
Because we were green. We didn't figure on the time lock on the vault. This time we're really planning it. This is going to be a real haul.
Not a soul around. Perfect.
8:40. He'll be along any minute.
Cashier?
Right. He opens up, locks the door behind him. A couple of minutes later, his assistant comes in. Same routine. Just like I told you yesterday. Time lock opens the vault at 8:55 sharp. We'll have 5 minutes to clean out the joint.
Watch it, Annie. Here he comes.
Check and double check. Mind if we come in with you, mister?
I'm sorry, the bank isn't open until 9.
Yeah, get in. Shut the door. Your regular routine. This ain't no cat pistol.
Mine neither.
Yes, of course.
All right, move fast now. Come on, open the cages.
But they are...
You know what I mean. Pull that switch. I want the alarm off before I clean out the teller's cages.
You know your business, don't you? There you are.
All right, now face to the wall. As soon as your partner comes in, here's what I want you to...
He's at the door.
Yeah. What a surprise he's in for.
Yeah.
Morning, Arthur.
Oh.
You got early customers over against the wall. Go on, move.
Yes, of course.
All right, Frankie, clean out the cages.
It's an easy $15,000 here in cash, kid.
There'll be more in the vault.
The vault? You can't open it until 11 o'clock.
Save it, Smarty. We know the time lock goes off at 8:55, and you know the combination.
No, Arthur, you can't give it to them.
That'll take care of him for a while. We intend to have that vault open, Mr. Cashier.
And I have every intention of opening it. I don't especially care for a blow like that one. May I help him?
You may not.
He's bleeding badly. A gun barrel is a nasty weapon to hit a man.
Shut up or you'll get it, too.
Already on the vault, kid.
All right, you. Downstairs, the vault.
Certainly. This way.
An obliging punk, isn't he?
Oh, we don't mind. After all, we're insured, you know, and we're a national bank. We have plenty of resources. Only fools like my assistant would argue with loaded revolvers. Isn't that right?
Stop talking. Get the vault open. Open it, you hear, and shut up. Or we'll leave you inside it after we clean it out. Get moving now. Fast. What are you doing?
I'm hungry, honey. Coffee and hamburger do good right now. How about you?
Well, I suppose. I'd feel better if we had a few more miles between us and White Oak before we stopped.
Well, they won't expect us to stop this close. You get it?
Uh-huh. Leave the haul in the car?
Well, why not? Now, who'd expect to find 15 G's in cash and 25 more in securities in a parked car? Some haul, huh, Annie Pie?
40,000, not bad.
Not bad at all.
Let's go.
Now, tell me, can you figure it, Annie Pie?
What?
With dough lying around like that loose in banks. People taking jobs in joints like this.
I wonder what they do for excitement.
A drive-in movie, I guess. Now hit yourself to a stool, Annie Pie.
Place smells good. Maybe I am hungry.
Morning, folks.
Hi, morning.
It's likely afternoon, isn't it?
Not till afternoon. What'll it be?
A couple with and coffee.
Any wheat cakes? I'll find out. Here, let me give you the setup. How about some coffee right away?
Good idea.
You come far this morning?
Not too far.
Is that your car out there?
Yeah, smooth, ain't it? Huh?
Oh, sure is.
Why do you ask?
Well, youngsters like you usually have jalopies, not big sedans like
Well,
that
it was
one.
my father's. He got a new one. He gave me that one.
You're lucky. Wish I had a father like that. Excuse me, I'll ask the cook about the wheat cakes.
Coffee's good, isn't it, Frankie?
Sure is.
Hello? Is Sergeant Kurowski there? Margaret. No, I'm working this morning. Look, Dave, I think I got him here. The kid who struck up the bank in White Oak this morning. The FBI called before it gave a description. Told us to call you. Their car's a maroon sedan. Right year, right make. Only the young one's a girl. She must have been wearing slacks. Okay, I'll try to hold him. Only tell those G-men to hurry, will you? I think she's got a gun in her purse.
Say, how long does it take to make fresh wheat cake batter?
Well, Cook's very fussy about it, and he was upset because the old stuff was sour.
Take a burger, Ann. Let's get going.
Yeah, tell him to kill the wheats and make me a burger.
Okay, if that's what you want.
Hey, what's up, sister?
All right, you kids. Rachel.
What,
is this, a stick-up? FBI. That was a national bank in White Oak. We got your coal, kids. Thanks to this lady here.
She kept us here. She phoned the cops and kept us
Don't
here.
touch that purse. No, Annie, don't.
Nobody takes me, and not even my own father could do that.
I'm sorry. It's just your arm. We don't like to shoot kids, but your shooting days are over. You should have been quicker on the draw.
I didn't touch no gun. I didn't. Frank, you louse, you rotten filthy.
All right, save it, both of you. That assistant cashier. You fractured his skull. He died an hour ago. You're both due for a murder rap. All right, let's get going. The only party who comes out of this ahead is that lady back at the counter. The insurance company posted a reward half an hour ago.
Crime does not pay. Joan Loring, who starred as Ann Armistead in Two Gun Annie, will be back with you in just a moment. Now, here in person is Joan Loring.
To me, at least, the story of Ann Armistead and Frank Winfield is a revealing one. Both young people came from good homes. Anna especially seemed to have every opportunity to grow into a fine woman, a good citizen. Still, they went, in the old expression, they went wrong. Where and why? Examination of both their stories gives us one important clue. Both of them felt their lives were dull, that they needed excitement and a chance for adventure. This feeling is part and parcel of youth. But for Anne and Frank, there was no provision for working off that extra steam. There was no program, no plan. There was no guidance for them. The older generation failed them, as it's failing in so many communities across this nation with disastrous results. That's why, in the last analysis, Anne and Frank sought the release which leads only to the final lesson. That crime does not pay.
Thank you, Miss Loring. Does Not Pay is written by Ira Marion and directed by Mark B. Loeb, with music composed and conducted by John Gart. Technical advisor is Burton B. Turtis. The events, characters, and names used in the story you've just heard are fictitious. Any similarity is purely coincidental. This is Bob Williams speaking.
This I believe. J. Richard Kennedy is a man of many careers. In New York's Wall Street, he is known as an investment counselor. But throughout the country, he is known as the author of Prince Bart. He has had an unusually extensive apprenticeship for depicting in his novel some of the problems and tensions of contemporary American life. And from his varied experiences, J. Kennedy has distilled these beliefs.
I suppose that what I believe begins with the fact that when I was not quite 12 years old, I had to learn the trade of staying alive. At that point, orphaned and deprived of all formal education, with the exception of less than 7 years of grade school, I was homeless. Part of the vast contingent of American wanderers known to most people as hobos. But starting unaided, I was also unfettered and privileged to find my values at the ultimate source, I believe, of all lasting faith, the reality of direct personal experience. On the brute animal level, what staying alive means is clear enough. But in man, staying alive has a deeper meaning, involving mind and spirit, of which the first step is recognizing the need for self-use. For without use, the living organism atrophies and ultimately perishes. The next step comes from the fact that using all of yourself to the hilt demands and creates that uniquely human quality, consciousness, without which you can never discover who, what, and where you are. Consciousness, in turn, makes you sensitive to the world outside. And so I learned that any man, however creative or self-reliant, is only a small speck in the whole of humankind, and that the full realization of his civilized personality only comes from his interest in and service to others. That is the path along which I developed my credo, using a lifetime which includes being a farmer and longshoreman, a bricklayer, a printer, an economist, munitions maker, a producer, as well as a writer in motion pictures and radio, and finally today an investment counselor and novelist coexistently. Throughout, as I sought the best I knew how to find my potentialities and possibilities, I came back again and again to the fact that a man who fails to develop the fullest possible relationship to other people must be described in the spiritual and mental sense as not being alive at all, but dead. The next inevitable step was the realization that achievement matters more than success. That is basic. The self-centered drive for security at the expense of others makes the success seeker a predatory and lonely creature who prowls among men like a beast in the jungle. It also makes him hollow, hated, and a frightened man. Whereas one who lives freely and generously among his fellows, unafraid of failure, endlessly carries with him that hidden glow of life and richness of spirit, which no misfortune can steal, no good fortune upset, and no advancing years diminish. This sense of relatedness to others, this use of self through service, this choice of achievement as an alternative more rewarding than success, all lead to that climax I referred to earlier, namely, the acceptance of a central but paradoxical idea that the only security there is in life comes from making peace with the fact that there is none. And so, today, at the age of 49, I am still practicing the first trade I learned at the age of 12, hopefully with deeper understanding and skill, that of ever more fully staying alive.
That was J. Richard Kennedy, a novelist and investment counselor in New York City.
Calling all detectives. Do you believe that some people can cause fires to happen just by walking into a room? That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Most private detectives are pretty realistic guys, and I, Jerry Browning, am no exception to the rule. The tall, grave man who entered my office had a pretty little blonde girl with him. She couldn't have been over 12. He said, "Sit down, Alicia, my dear." The girl smiled. shyly at me, sat down, smoothed her skirts, and stared past my ear. Torvik is my name, Gregor Torvik. Mr. Browning, how do you feel about poltergeists? I thought about that for a few seconds. Mr. Torvik, the way I feel about poltergeists is that in this country anybody can go to any church he likes. Torvik frowned. I'm afraid you don't understand. A poltergeist is a ghost which generally attaches itself to a young girl, making her the cause of inexplicable phenomena, as, for example, fires. I leaned back and laughed. Oh, Mr. Tolvig, this I don't believe. Tolvig nodded gravely. So, then how do you account for the fact that the wallpaper behind you is on fire? I jumped up so fast I knocked over my chair. Behind me, the wall was on fire. Another tongue of flame suddenly appeared on my desktop, and across the room, a chair standing all by itself burst into flames. Hey, get her out of here! Certainly. Alicia, my dear, please stay downstairs. A few seconds after the door closed behind the girl, all the flames flicked out. Oh. Now, Mr. Browning, shall we discuss poltergeists? When I doubted the existence of poltergeists, ghosts who cause fires to happen, I got a practical demonstration right in my own office. Okay, Mr. Talvik, now that I know what a poltergeist is, what do you expect me to do about it? These phenomena originate in the psyche, Mr. Browning. Alicia, my niece, has had an emotional disturbance of some kind. I believe that if you investigate and learn the source of her upset, these disturbing external events will cease. Tolvig and I looked at each other. Then I dashed to the window. Across the street was a loft building. Flames were shooting out of its upstairs windows. And down in the street was little Alicia, gazing up at the fire with girlish interest. Tolvig had given me an address on the edge of town, and that's where I was driving him and his niece. As he put the key into the lock, Tolvig explained, I'm sorry, but we have difficulty retaining help. At the moment, Alicia and I are alone. I'll bet you are. I waited until the child went upstairs. Then, how many fires have you traced to her, Mr. Tolvig? He shrugged. 6 or 7 major ones elsewhere. We frequently have 3 or 4 simultaneously in various parts of this house. They rarely do much damage. I thought about the fire I'd seen across the street from my office. Flames hadn't done much damage there either, but water and chopping into walls just about wrecked the building. Tolvig took a sheet of paper from a desk drawer. Here's a list of Alicia's friends, the schools to which she has gone. Her parents died 2 years ago. I am a sole guardian. I think if you start your investigation with the names on this list, you may uncover information of value. I drove back to town, straight to the library, where I read a long article about poltergeists and the stuff they were able to do. Maybe. Near as I could make out, the writer of the article was hedging. He told you what some people believed. Take it or leave it. From the library, I went on to the fire commissioner, found him plenty hot under the collar.
That fire today was incendiary, Browning, and just as soon as I get a bit more evidence, I'll put the building owner under arrest.
Commissioner, have you ever heard of poltergeists?
Browning, I got a rule. I don't talk politics with anybody. Now get out of here.
The list Tolvig had given me contained maybe 50 names. Schools, schoolmates, relatives, friends of Alicia's parents, neighbors. It would have taken 6 months, maybe longer, to investigate them all. It was just too silly. Besides, an idea was beginning to form at the back of my head. I took a chance, opened the commissioner's door again. Hey, Commish, don't get sore. You want to catch a firebug?
Now you're talking. Let's go.
On the way out to the Tolvig house, I gave the commissioner a briefing on poltergeists and what I intended to do about them. He listened gravely. Then,
it's a bit irregular, Browning, but I'll take a chance.
I walked up alone to Tolvig's door, rang, and was admitted. But, back so soon, Mr. Browning. Yeah, I got an angle for you. Have you considered that maybe Alicia is just a plain garden variety firebug? She does it with matches? Preposterous. You saw that she was nowhere near that building or the objects in your office. I nodded sadly. Yeah, that's right. Hey, I smell fire. Alicia must be playing tricks again. Tolvig smiled, then stiffened as he caught the smell of smoke. He started to leave the room, but I stopped him. Why worry, Mr. Tolvig? You said yourself the flames don't do much damage. Tolvig started to dart past me, struggled as I grabbed his wrist. Let go of me! It's a real fire, you fool! We'll burn to death! I held him tightly. No, we won't. I read all about poltergeists at the library. They can put the fire out whenever they like. It's all in the spirit of good, clean fun. By now, the room was full of smoke. Tolvig stopped struggling in my grip. All right, you in. Hey, set those fires. Now, for heaven's sake, hold Alicia and let's get out of here. This house is on fire. That's about all there was to it. We put out the brush fire the commissioner had built outside the house, got the youngster from upstairs. She hadn't even smelled the smoke yet. And Tolvig? He was a professional firebug, set fires for people who wanted their houses burned down for insurance purposes. The commissioner had several such cases under investigation, was beginning to close in on the source, so Tolvig figured out the poltergeist gag, blame everything on Alicia if they ever grabbed him. But he needed evidence to back up the gag, so he picked me, got into my office earlier in the day, doused the wall, desk, and chair with some stuff that would burst into flames when it dried. Then he timed his visit to me to coincide with when the flames were about due. It was a neat stunt, simple and spectacular. And the only thing that spoiled it was that I find it easier to believe in firebugs than poltergeists. Like I said, I believe in evidence I can prove. And how can you prove poltergeists when even the guy who writes about them doesn't believe it? Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
This is WGN Chicago, serving the Middle West.
Murder at midnight.
So lovely. Everything about you. Your eyes, your lips, your lovely white throat. I can feel it pulsing under my hands, throbbing.
Don't, Frank, you're hurting me. You're choking me.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Till Death Do Us Part. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Joseph Ruskell is Till Death Do Us Part.
Wistful eye upon that little tint of blue which prisoners call the sky.
Ruth, I want to tell you something. Put down that book and listen. I love you.
Some too long. Some sell and others buy. Some do the deed with many tears and some without a sigh.
You hear me, Ruth? I love you.
Some do it with a bitter look. Some with a flattering word.
Professor Clark.
Yes, Professor Clark.
Love me, darling.
Wildly?
Put the book away. Almost there now. Bridal suite waiting.
Oh, Frank. Promise you'll always love me.
Till death do us part. Another glass, darling. Come on.
It's sweet to dance to violins when love and life are fair. To dance to flute, to dance to lute is delicate and rare.
But it is not so sweet with nimble feet
to dance upon the air. Frank,
Darling.
you've hardly kissed me. Why are you looking at me like that?
You're so lovely.
Come over here to the couch. A shy bridegroom in this day and age? Darling, why are you acting so strangely? Well, if the mountain won't come to Mohammed, come here, my lord and master. Kiss me.
Oh, Ruth, I love you so.
Darling, why do you keep staring at me like that? Frank!
Ruth, no.
Darling, what's the matter?
I don't know.
Please, Frank, after all.
No, don't come near me. Don't touch me. Ruth, something terrible is happening to me. It's a feeling. It's too dreadful to believe.
What is it?
When I take you in my arms, when I kiss you, I love you and I want you so that I feel a hideous urge to...
To what, darling?
Strangle you to death.
Just brought in breakfast. What are you doing?
Shaving. Finishing up now. Morning, Professor.
Morning, Professor. Life is wonderful.
Wonderful.
How?
Thank you.
Leave us enter the parlor, husband.
Yes. Leave a seat, my bride. Ah! What feast is this that tempts me palate? Fall to, spouse. Ah! Citrus, my favorite ice squirt. I'm so happy I feel like dancing.
It's sweet to dance the violin.
That's right. How's it go? It's sweet to dance to violin.
When love and life are fair. Eat, dear. What's wrong?
I guess I'm not very hungry.
Frank, you're thinking of that incident last night again. You are, aren't you?
How could I have said that to you? I can't understand it. What got into me?
Now, darling, you're to forget it. Don't talk about it anymore. Don't even think of it. It was just your little joke.
Some joke. Wonder I didn't frighten you to death.
Well...
And the funny thing is, the next minute I was laughing at myself, and so were you. But when I said it, Ruth, I can't explain it. I can't eat now.
Frank.
It was like an obsession. Yes, that's it. It was an obsession. Ruth, you're a psychologist. What does it mean? To have felt that horrible urge to do that to you. To you, I must have been mad.
Now, darling, don't say that. Don't spoil our honeymoon with this nonsense. You'll be talking things into yourself. I don't know what it is. Your nerves are on edge from your accident, that terrible crash just 3 months ago.
Please, Ruth, please, I don't want to think about it. I can still see it, that horrible, twisted wreck.
Well, you're lucky you're alive. Be thankful I am.
She was hitting 80, showing off. I couldn't stop her, that daffy little sister of yours.
Darling.
I'm sorry, dear. I'm sorry. I guess I felt as awful about it as you did. Brilliant student, could have been one of my best if she'd ever opened a book. The poor kid, what a way to die. Maybe if I hadn't accepted a lift to town, who knows, she might still
now,
be...
Please, darling, let's forget it. It's not good for you. You haven't been at all yourself ever since then.
No, I haven't. Have I?
Well, everything has its compensation, dear. After all, that's what brought us together. Closely, I mean.
Yes, that's right. In the hospital, but you were an angel.
Oh.
Well, you were just an angel from heaven, the way you helped to nurse me through all that time. When I was only half conscious, nursed me and read to me. Read to me? Yes. The way you read to me.
Why do you say it like that, Frank?
Well, I don't know. There's something you read to me over and over when I was barely conscious. I've heard it ever since, deep down. I can't seem to recall it, but I feel that it had something to do with my crazy behavior last night. A line. It's still with me. It never seems to leave me. Seems to make me want to do something horrible.
Now, Frank, stop talking. You're ill again. You're pale as a ghost.
What is that line? I've got to know.
Please, darling, please, stop shouting. I'm with you. Your love is with you. Now kiss me, dear. Hold me tight.
Oh, so lovely. Everything about you. Your eyes, your lips, your lovely white throat. I feel it pulsing. I can feel your throat pulsing, darling, in my hands. Pulsing.
No, Frank, you're hurting me. Oh, you're choking me.
Yes, sir. I'm checking out. Room number 438. Call me a cab. From the bridal suite? Well, just a moment. There's something wrong, sir. You and your wife just checked in last night. Any complaint? No complaint. Just call me a cab. Oh, an emergency. What business is it of yours? Where's another hotel? Why, you'll find it very difficult in New York without a reservation. And if you and your wife... I'm checking out. Who said anything about my wife? She's better off without me, do you hear? Well, what are you gawking at? She's very lovely, remember? Would she make a nice corpse in a bridal suite? Oh, go to the devil.
Where to now, mister? Where now?
Just shake off that other cab.
I did 3 hours ago. I told you 10 times. What now?
Just drive around the park.
We've been around and around and around. How long can this go on?
That line. What was that line? What was it?
Huh?
What was that line?
Oh, pal, we going over that again, too? What line? You want the 7th Avenue line? If I'm not talking out of turn, Bob, you must have lifted quite a few today.
Get me to a hotel.
We tried a dozen. Remember, they're full up. Hey, just who are you, mister? What's your racket?
What's that to you?
Okay, I just asked.
I was a teacher, cabby, in a woman's college. But that's only a blind. My name is Jack the Ripper, see? But some people just call me Bluebeard.
Huh? This is the end of my line, chum. Pay up and get out.
No, I won't. You can't make me get out. You can't.
I can't, huh?
No, because if I do get out, I may go back. And if I go back, don't you understand? I'll kill her.
For richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. A bridegroom, dazed and obsessed, standing on a city street, fearing to return to his bride, because he knows if he does, it will mean
murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and Till Death Do Us Part.
Yes? What do you want?
Good evening, sir. My name is Bluebeard. You're the proprietor of this charming boarding house.
You're drunk.
Forsooth 'tis true. May I tarry the night?
No vacancies. Go on now, get on your way.
Where's his room? Top floor, rear, Mrs. Clark.
He came in about an hour ago. Drunk as you please. He asked for a single. I'm not one to rent to drunks, mind you, but I can see he's really educated. And a gentleman, though a queer one, if you ask me, with his eyes all bloodshot. Here it is.
Did he say when he'll be back?
He said he was going for his bags.
I'll just wait in his room if you don't mind. It's all right. I'm his wife, I tell you.
Well, I don't know. Something mighty fishy about all this. Well, excuse me, there's the hall phone. If it's not one thing, it's another. All right, all right. Hello? Yes? Who? Who? Oh, just a minute. It's him, ma'am. He wants to talk to the lady who just came in.
Let me speak to him. Hello, Frank.
I saw you go in. What are you doing in my house?
Darling, it's so good to hear your voice again. I was so worried.
Answer me. What are you doing there? How did you know where to find me?
I've been following you everywhere. I don't want you to leave me, darling. I love you.
Get out of there. Stop haunting me. I'm no good for you. Haven't you had enough? Go away.
I won't. You need me. I'm your wife. Come back to me, Frank.
Frank, how can you still want me? What are you inviting? Why don't you take a train home? Do you want to die? You know I'll kill you the next time we're alone. You know I've gone mad.
Now, don't say that. You're just ill, and I'll nurse you back to health. Oh, Frank, this is your wife talking. What sort of spineless thing do you suppose you've married? What would you have me do? Run to the police and ask them to protect me from my husband? Run to the police and cry that the man I love wants to kill me? Run to the police and tell them...
That's right. Of course. Why didn't I think of that before?
No, Frank! Frank! Frank, what are you going to do?
Have a seat, Mrs. Clark.
What is it you want of me, Inspector Wade? Why was I called here to the police station?
You've no idea?
No. Oh. Is he here, my husband? He told you?
But I thought he was just drunk.
Oh, I told him not to come here. I told him not to.
Then it's all true? This beats anything I've ever heard. Man loves wife so much he wants to strangle her. Kisses her. Gets an irresistible yen to choke her to death. And on their honeymoon. You want to prefer charges?
Prefer charges? What for?
Well, attempted homicide ought to cover it.
I won't. He's my husband. I love him. I'll stick by him no matter what.
But he ought to at least be sent to Bellevue for a mental.
Oh, no, you won't. There's nothing mentally wrong with Frank. Nothing at all. It's simply nerves, the result of an accident he had recently.
This really takes the cake. Mrs. Clark, another thing that puzzles me.
Yes?
He kept raving about a line when he staggered in here, as if it were life or death. A line of poetry he couldn't remember. Wanted me to tell him what it was. Confidentially, I've only read one poem in my life. Now, what's that all about?
I haven't the vaguest notion, Inspector. Just part of his neurotic state, I suppose. When we get back to our hotel room.
What? You want him back after what happened?
Yes. Don't you see, I must cure him of that awful obsession. Who else can do it but me? I'd like to see him now, Inspector. Please release him to me. I'll take the consequences.
He's not here.
Not here?
No. We held him overnight just to let him sober up like we would any other drunk. Thought it was just all boozy eyewash. Well, this morning he seemed a new man and laughed it all off. So we released him. Just a few minutes ago.
Oh, wonderful.
But then I had a hunch I ought to warn you anyway. Just a hunch.
Warn me?
Yeah. He said he was going to call on you tonight at the hotel for a little reunion.
Oh, how marvelous. Maybe he's all cured.
I don't know. I didn't like the way he smiled when he said it. Mrs. Clark, after what you just told me, I think I ought to have him picked up again.
You'll do no such thing.
It's taking your life in your hands. I think he's got wheels in his head.
I don't care. I love him.
You die just as dead when you're in love.
I'm not afraid. I'll never leave him. Certainly not now when he needs me more than ever. Is that all, Inspector?
Okay, lady. You're 14 carat. He sure doesn't deserve a wife like you. And don't say I didn't warn you. It's your funeral.
Thank you, Inspector. Goodbye.
Oh, Mrs. Clark, there's one more thing perhaps I ought to tell you.
Yes?
When I released him just a while ago, he said something else that puzzled me. That being in jail had suddenly given him revelation. He smiled very queerly when he said it.
Oh?
I think maybe he found that line of poetry, Mrs. Clark.
Hello?
Ruth?
Where are you, Frank?
In the lobby.
Come up.
I don't know exactly what your game is, my sweet bride. But I'm warning you. I've had a revelation.
I know. It's high time.
I'm going to finish it, Ruth, this time. You asked for it.
Come up, Frank.
Sure?
Sure.
Your funeral.
A coward does it with a kiss. Come in, Frank. The door's open.
Throwing a party, my dear?
Yes,
Who's invited?
you and I.
What are we celebrating?
An uninvited guest at our honeymoon. Death has come with you, hasn't it, this time?
Yes.
Shall we drink to him?
Why not?
Do you still love me, Frank?
Yes, I still love you. But I love you better when you're dead for what you've done.
How much do you know?
Not enough. It came to me in jail last night. The jail had something to do with it. How, I still don't know, but enough to make me remember something you whispered in the hospital when I was just coming to. You said, "I'll get my revenge, Frank. Do you hear me? I'll get my revenge."
Splendid. A from memory. What else?
Enough to make me realize that you hate me and have always hated me, although you pretended otherwise.
Brilliant. Say loved and hated you. Go on.
And that somehow, I don't know myself in what way, but I'm sure it must be a very clever way, as your psychology students would agree. You've been coldly, deliberately torturing me, trying to make me think myself a maniac, or have others think so.
Close enough.
Why, what I can't understand is why you did it, or why you weren't afraid that I'd really murder you.
You'll soon find out.
And I'm convinced now that you've done it all with a single line. A single line of poetry. In my jail cell, I was sure of it. The very walls seemed to tell me, I don't know why, that it was a line that you kept reading to me at the hospital, over and over and over again, that made me think I wanted to kill you.
And what was that line?
That's what I'm going to find out. Right now.
Don't come any closer, Professor.
You know, it's perfectly ridiculous. Looking at you now, close to you where I can almost touch you, that crazy obsession is still with me. I laugh at it intellectually. I know that you've tricked me into it by some very obvious power of suggestion, but I still feel that way.
Don't come any nearer. I'm warning you.
Isn't it eerie? I still love you and can strangle you for my love. And will.
Stay where you are. You're not going to kill me, darling. I'm going to kill you. Now, do you see why I wasn't afraid of you?
That gun. You've had it all the time.
Correct, my love. Right here in the wine table drawer. I've planned this all along, Angel, from the very first. Before we were even married. Yes, your intuition was right. From the day you and my little sister were brought to the hospital after the accident. From the day she died, and the doctor said you'd pull through. I planned it all. And it's worked out like a perfect equation every step of the way.
Why? Why?
I had to commit the perfect crime, and I've done it. Even the police will testify that it was self-defense against a homicidal maniac. And when they find you here with a bullet in your head, they'll congratulate me.
But what's this all? I still don't...
It had to be the perfect crime because I must go free. You see, one life has already paid for yours. And quart for quart, your blood is worth no more than my family.
I don't understand this at all. What did I ever do?
You killed my sister.
I killed her?
She told me before she left on that drive with you that she was going to crash the car. She left before I could stop her. She told me everything, Frank, including what you'd done to her.
Everything. Huh. I see. So that's it. Well, I don't suppose it would be of any use my trying to convince you.
No, no use. I've waited a long time for this moment. Revenge is sweet. And it was such fun to torture you. I used a weapon I knew. Of course, it was power of suggestion. Sure, you guessed it. But what a pity you don't know the line yet.
What was it? What was it? Tell me. Tell me. Don't keep me in torture.
Keep back. Think hard, Frank. Think all around it. What about a jail and the revelation it gave you? What about a famous poet who wrote a famous poem while in jail?
Why?
Yes.
Oscar Wilde. That's it. Yes, that's it from Oscar Wilde, the ballad.
Of course, the ballad.
The ballad of Reading Cradle. How could it ever have escaped me? Why, you witch, you've even been reading from it on our honeymoon. But what part? What verse? What line? What was the line?
Don't take another step or I'll pull the trigger.
Give me the line, I say. I still can't think of the line.
Keep back or I'll shoot.
Oh, no, you won't.
One more step and I'll shoot.
Tell me that line or I'll kill you.
All men kill the thing they love. Remember, Frank?
How's the next line go, Mrs. Clark? By all, let this be heard? So I heard. Too bad I was a little late.
Expect a wait.
You know, ma'am, like I said, I only read one poem in my whole life. But ain't it the darndest thing? It happened to be the Ballad of Reading Jail.
Till death do us part. A honeymoon in the bridal suite. Red wine spilled on the table, and red blood on the floor as the clock strikes 12 for murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death's key turns in the lock and the clocks strike 12 for murder at midnight. The part of Professor Ruth Clark was played by Elspeth Eric, Professor Frank Clark by Eric Dressler. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
This I believe. After over 16 years of acting the part of Dr. Christian, the kindly old country physician of CBS Radio, Gene Herschelt is so closely identified with the part that even his friends have trouble keeping their personalities separated. After achieving stardom in his native Denmark, he successfully toured this country in repertory. But when the tour ended, he found that in order to start a new career in Hollywood, he had to begin at the bottom. His ascent was rapid, and by 1937, when he became radio's Dr. Christian, he had appeared in 50 pictures, starring in many of them. In real life, Gene Herschelt is as well loved by his community as the character he portrays. In addition to his reputation as a philanthropist and civic figure, he is known as a scholar, painter, and author. This is Gene Herschelt's creed.
I believe human relations basically are problems of arithmetic. For years I've been preaching, think of your neighbor, and I certainly can claim no originality in this. But do people think of their neighbors? Not nearly enough. I've traveled over the sparsely populated area of Nevada, Utah, Wyoming, and other places in the western United States, and noted how much kinder people are to each other when there is no crowd. If my car breaks down, for example, in the Nevada desert, I'm certain to get help from the first car which comes along. This is because in the desert, it is still man against nature. The first motorist must help you, but there might not be another car for hours. The first motorist stops because he realizes you are his responsibility. But in a big city, I've seen an ill person lying on the sidewalk. Until a policeman is summoned, probably no one will try to help him. The crowd moves on. None feels it's his responsibility. Human life seems cheaper because there is so much of it. I might draw a parallel in the matter of cigarettes, for example, although I'm a pipe smoker. Again, arithmetic rules the situation. If you have a carload of cigarettes, or a carton, or a full pack, you may even throw away a cigarette. Or you gladly give one to anyone who asks. They're cheap in your mind because there are so many. But if you only have one cigarette, the chances are you will safeguard it, nurse it, and save it. Scarcity makes for dearness. I believe I should think of all men as my neighbors, whether I live in a crowded city, a small town, or in the desert, for instance, where if I really have only one neighbor, I will cherish him, for I will need him, and he will need me. This is a very personal philosophy, and I project it outwardly this way. This modern world has been shrunk by transportation and communications to a size where anyone could come to your doorstep in a few hours. It is when people and nations fail to realize they really need one another that troubles begin. We are a civilization stranded in the desert with only one last cigarette. We must have help from the next car coming down the road. We must in our mind give help if we are in the next car coming down the road. We must realize we are neighbors and treat each other as neighbors. This I believe, that the thought, I am my brother's keeper, has emerged from being an old saying or a nice thought into living reality now. For unless we get into our minds the thought that human life is dear and scarce, it will surely become the ultimate degree of scarcity. It will cease to exist.
There are the beliefs of Gene Hersholt. He and his wife, who recently celebrated their 40th wedding anniversary, live in Los Angeles, California.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, master detective.
It's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Mr. Sweet, that sort of thing is entirely out of my line.
Yes, I suppose it is, Mr. Carter, but after all, you are our official investigator.
All right. I'll have one of my men take care of it. Now, tell me again what you want me to do.
One of our clients is being sued as a result of an automobile accident in which a woman was very severely injured. Our client got the name of one witness, but another witness got away before he could find out who he was. Now, our client says he was a very tall, thin chap with red hair, probably in his late 20s. A bystander told him that he thought this man lived just a couple of blocks away. That's all we know about him. But his testimony is extremely important to us in our defense of the case. We must find him at once.
All right, Mr. Sweet, we'll find him. Where was the collision?
Corner of Boylston Avenue and 2nd Place on the north side.
And this red-haired young man lives a couple of blocks from there in some unknown direction?
That's what we believe, Mr. Carter.
All right. I'll send Mr. McGlynn out at once.
Thank you.
As soon as we have something definite, I'll let you know.
began a case the like of which had never been encountered by Nick Carter, Master Detective. A search for a missing witness seemed like a simple routine job. But Nick didn't know about the two old ladies who lived in the little house on the edge of town. You'll learn all about it in The Case of the Little Old Ladies.
You say you don't know nobody was right here?
No, I don't.
Keep on trying. Of all the jobs for a great detective like me, going from door to door looking for a guy who probably don't even exist. I never knew Nick to fall for such a dumb stunt before, and he had to wish it on me. I don't know why I don't quit. 47 houses I've been to. Nobody ever seen a guy like I'm looking for. But I heard about every kind of fella but the kind I want.
Who is it, please?
Good morning. I wonder if you can tell me anything about a tall, thin young man about 26, 28 years old with red hair.
Well, now, let me see. I know almost everybody in this neighborhood. We've lived here a great many years. If you'll come in, I'll ask my sister if she'll recall such a person.
Oh, now, ma'am, I don't want to put you to no trouble.
No trouble at all. We'll be glad to help you if we can. Do come in, please.
Well, all right. Of course, I want to find this fellow, so if you can help...
Of course you do. Edith? Yes? Will you come here a minute, dear? What is it, Mary? Can I... Oh, Edith, this is Mr.
Waldo McGlynn, ma'am. Chief Assistant to Nick Carter.
Mr. McGlynn. How do you do, Mr. McGlynn?
How are you, ma'am?
Mr. McGlynn says he's looking for a tall, thin young man with red hair, about 26 or 28 years old. Do we know such a man?
Well, now let me see. There was James Bond. He used to live down the block next to Moshe's, but he moved away last year.
Oh, his hair was really almost blonde, dear. Do you suppose he could mean Walter Castle?
Oh, sister, he must be nearer 35.
I suppose you're right, Edith.
How about young Ed Terrence? He lives over on the next street.
Oh, no, sister, he's short. Almost as short as Cousin Elmer is.
So he is. Oh, look, ladies, it's awful good of you to take all this trouble just to help me find this young man, but I don't want to...
No trouble at all, Mr. McGlynn. We just don't seem to be able to do it.
Mary, maybe Mr. McGlynn would like a cigar while he's waiting.
Of course, I'll get him one. They're in the box on the table behind him. No, don't get up, Mr. McGlynn. I'll get it for you.
I hate to have you doing all this for me, ladies. If you'll just...
Mr. McGlynn, don't move. Just sit where you are.
What's in the name of...
It is a gun you feel on the back of your neck, and if you don't stay very quiet, it'll go off. And you'll never find this young man you're not looking for.
Not looking for?
Shall I tie him up now, Mary?
Yes, Edith. Tie him up right in his chair so he won't have to move at all. And tight enough so he can't move.
Very well, Mary. I brought the rope as we planned.
But look here, ladies. I just want to find a fellow.
You can't fool us, Mr. McGlynn. We know why you're here.
You came here to try to trap us into a confession, but we were too smart for you.
Now that you've found out where we live, we'll have to go away, of course. That's why we have to tie you up, so you can't follow us.
Oh, Mary, Bill isn't going to like this. He trusted us, and now look what has happened. We've failed him.
I know it. I can't imagine how this man found out, but I'm afraid Bill will never forgive us, sister.
What in the name of all the Tony are you dames talking about?
You know well enough, Mr. McGlynn. You don't have to ask us what we've done. If you didn't know, why are you here?
There. He can't get out of that, I'm sure.
Oh, look, ladies, Nick Carter ain't going to like this, not at all. He says I always get things balled up, and now he's...
Oh, don't you worry, Mr. McGlynn. He can't blame you. We're just too clever for you, and you're Mr. Carter. Come, sister, we must pack and... Is it that all good thieves say? Oh, yes. We must pack and scram.
There you are, Waldo. Free as a bird.
Oh, thanks, Cubby boy. Oh, can't move. I'm as stiff as a board.
You'll be all right in a minute or two.
Now, listen, Waldo.
You say these two old ladies tied you up so as to give them time to move out?
Yeah, that's what they said, Nick. They thought I had the goods on them for something I didn't know nothing about.
Well, couldn't you guess what that something was from what they said?
Not a single guess could I give, Nick, boy. That was altogether too cagey for me. One of them said something about thieves, but that was all. Oh, by the way, Nick, I forgot to ask you, how did you happen to find me here?
That was easy. Patsy told us what route you were planning to follow, and we followed you.
Oh.
You had called at the house on the left, but you never got to the one on the right. This house being empty, it was a good bet that you were here. Nick unlocked the door, and here you were, waiting for us.
Waiting for you? And what else could I be doing but wait? You and your bum jokes.
Now, listen, both of you, listen. There's something going on here that's bigger than a lost witness, and I'm going to find out what it is.
But what can we do, Nick? Waldo doesn't know what it's all about, and the old ladies have gone. So what do we have to go on?
Nothing. We've got to find something. And the best place to start looking is right here in this house. So search every room thoroughly. Don't miss a thing. I'll get busy, both of you.
And all you found was that burned paper?
That's all, Patsy.
And what good that is, I'm darned if I can see. When a piece of paper is burned as bad as that was, so you can't even see if it had writing on it or not, I give up.
Oh, that's where science comes in, Waldo.
If science can tell Nick what was on that paper, I'll take my hat off to it. Even old Sim Carter couldn't do that.
The use of infrared light and reading the writing on a burned paper is one of the new developments that have come
Nick, did you find anything worthwhile?
Maybe yes and maybe no. Fortunately, that burned paper we found in the ashtray was a good grade of paper and didn't crumble before I could look it over.
Well, what'd you find, Nick?
That piece of paper was really two separate pieces of paper. One was a wrapper off a bundle of bills, showing that the package was put up by the First Mutual Bank on Canal Street and had contained $100, probably in small bills. The other was part of a letter.
Oh, what did it say?
All I could make out was, "Another month, dear aunts. It'll be safe to use the money. So we..." And that's all.
That's not a help, that is.
Patsy, do we have any record of the First Mutual Bank being robbed in the last year or so?
Oh, I'll see, Nick.
The money this wrapper was on obviously came straight from the bank.
No, nothing on the First Mutual at all. But the records show there was a payroll robbery about 6 months ago, in which the payroll messenger was robbed of $153,000 that came from that bank.
What was the firm that was robbed?
It was the Brownson Industrial Corporation, just across the river. You know that big plant on Market Street?
All right. Let's call on the Brownson Industrial Corporation. I'm going to see this thing through to the end.
You want to see me, mister?
I do. You're the payroll messenger? It was robbed about 6 months ago?
Who are you?
This is Nick Carter. Tell him what you know about it.
Oh, okay, yeah. The guards that came with me from the bank left me at the side door of the office building as usual, and I came along inside. There's a short corridor there, about 10 feet long, with a turn at the end, leads into the general office. Well, I was just coming to the turn when a couple of old ladies stopped me, and they...
Later, Walter, later. You say two old ladies?
Yeah. This couple of old ladies stopped me and asked me how to get to the metal shop. I stopped to tell them, when all of a sudden, I got a sack on the back of the head. Knocked me cold.
Then what happened?
How do I know? I was out cold. And when I came to, the assistant cashier was bending over me, trying to wake me up. My money bag was cut open. The money was gone, every nickel of it.
Did anyone else see these two old ladies around?
Yeah. The gate man who let them in. They said they was coming to see their nephew, Walter Bascom, a clerk in the office here. So he let them go by without waiting for an okay. But Bascom never saw him. He says he ain't even got an in. And he didn't leave his desk all afternoon.
Were they seen after the robbery?
Oh, they was out of the gate before the alarm was give out. The gate man saw them go.
Can you describe them?
Well, they looked like a couple of sweet little old ladies. Maybe like your pet grandmother. One was short and chubby. The other was about middle-sized, kind of slender-like.
The same, Nick. The very same.
You're sure of that, Walter?
There couldn't be no mistake, Nick.
Look, you didn't find any clues as to who slugged you. No suspects at all?
Nah, not a one. But it must have been somebody who works in here. Couldn't have happened like it did no other way.
Okay, thanks.
Well, so long.
Well, Nick, looks as if this is as far as we go.
No, Matty, there's just one more chance.
Huh?
I have the photograph I made of the piece of burned letter we found at the old lady's place.
Yeah?
the writer was the thief, it seems very probable. And if he does work here, as that messenger seemed to think, we might compare the writing on the letter with samples of the writing of the employees in the plant.
Oh, but, Nick, that would take forever. There are several thousand employees here.
Yeah, them two dames would die of old age before we got that job done like as much.
Nick.
Yes, Walter?
I just happened to remember. When them two old dames was tying me up, they kept talking about somebody named Bill.
You sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure. They said this Bill was going to be pretty sore at them for getting found out.
Oh, Nick, this makes the search for the thief a whole lot easier.
Why, sure. We just look at the handwriting of every guy in the plant named William. There may be a lot of them, but it'll be a whole lot easier than checking up on everybody who works here.
Well, Walter, it looks as if you remember that name just in time. Come on. The personnel manager ought to be able to dig up a specimen of this Bill's handwriting for us. Much as I regret to say it, isn't this William either?
You mean to say that out of 347 guys named William who signed these employment cards the personnel manager gave us, there ain't one that writes like the sample in the photograph?
To the trained eye, there's not one of them that's the same.
Oh, Nick, that means the whole theory that an employee stole the money is out the window.
Yeah, that leaves us exactly nowhere.
Nick, maybe the guy's name ain't William at all. Bill could stand for some other name.
Why, of course, Walter. That's the answer. It must be. His name was Wilbur or Wilford.
Well, come on, let's get busy. We only have a few hundred more names to look through.
This is it, all right.
Who is it,
sure?
Nick?
Wilfred Bergen. Works in the stockroom. Mr. Brown, where's the stockroom? I'd like to talk to this Bergen.
It's in the next building back of this one. You'll probably find him at his desk. It's just to the right of the door. Would you like to have me call him and tell him you want to see him?
No, thanks. We don't want to warn him we're coming. We don't want him to get away before we have a talk with him.
Boy, that job sure was a neat setup. This Bergen watches the messenger, sees how he goes through this little corridor every time he comes back with the payroll, tells the old dames that what they're to do, and it all works out just as slick as grease.
Yes, the old lady stopped him in the right place, and Bergen socked him. And they shielded him while he cut open the money bag. And they calmly went home, taking their money with them, probably in one of those shopping bags women carry.
And Bergen went back to work, and that was that.
Yeah, and they're waiting until the money cools off so they can spend it.
Uh-huh.
I wonder where they hid it while they're waiting.
I hope Bergen will answer that for us.
There he is, Nick.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. You Wilfred Bergen?
That's right.
Bergen, this is Nick Carter. He wants to ask you a few questions.
Question? About what?
Bergen? Where did you hide the money you got from the payroll robbery 6 months ago?
Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
No? I think it's you. You and your aunts knocked out the messenger and stole the payroll amounting to $153,000. Now, what did you do with it?
You're crazy. I had nothing to do with that.
Better come clean, Bergen. We got you dead to rights.
You think you can make me confess something I didn't do? You're nuts.
Bergen, is this your employment card?
Yes, it is. What about it?
Does this photograph show part of a letter you wrote to your aunts recently?
Let me see it.
Hey, come back here. Stop or I'll shoot.
I think he's falling down the stairs.
Oh, and maybe he isn't hurt bad.
Oh.
You won't die, Bergen. You only got shot in the leg.
My neck. My neck. I can't move.
Let me see.
Huh?
You shot him in the leg, all right, Matty. When falling downstairs, he broke his neck.
Oh, Nick, no.
Smooth.
Now, Bergen, see here. I'm afraid you haven't long to live. Before you go, tell me, where's the money?
Isn't there something we can do for him?
I'm afraid not, Patsy. Bergen, where did you hide the money?
I buried it. Where you'll never find it.
You might as well tell us where you buried it, Bergen. We can get your aunts to tell.
No, they'll never tell you. I did it alone. Find it if you can. I stole it. If I can't have it, no one.
Is he going, Nick?
Yes, Matty. He's dead.
And the secret of where he hid the money died with him.
Well, look, I ain't given up yet. If he buried it like he said, it's probably buried somewhere around that house where his aunts live. Now, I'm going to have a gang start digging there bright and early tomorrow morning.
Good luck to you, Matty. I'll drop in on you later to see how you make out.
Hello, Sergeant. Having fun?
Hi, Matty. How you making out? As if I couldn't see for myself.
Oh, I ain't making out, Nick. We've been over this whole doggone lot and not a sign of the money.
Oh, apparently Bergen must have buried it outside the limits of the property.
Well, if he did, he can stay there for all of me. Do you realize, Nick, that this is the last street in this section? From here out, it's open country, and the darn stuff could be buried anywhere for the next 5 miles.
Matty, if I can tell you right where to dig for the money, will you try it once more?
Nick Carter, you've been holding out on me again, so help me.
No, I haven't been holding out on you. Just answer my question.
Yeah, I'll try it once more. But look, if it don't work, keep away from me next time I see you.
Okay, Matty. Meet me here in the morning about 10 o'clock. I may have something for you. So long.
So long, Sergeant. Nick, do you really have an idea?
I do. I believe I can come back here tonight and locate the exact spot for it.
Well, tell me, Nick, what's your plan?
I'm going to get hold of an Army officer I know and have him help me.
Help you what?
Locate the money.
Is that all you're going to tell me?
That's all for now. I like to surprise you, Patsy.
Oh, someday you'll tell me something and I'll surprise you. I'll probably drop dead at your feet.
Sorry this is such a blind search, Lieutenant, but as I said, we have no idea where the money was buried.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Carter. I'm used to working like this.
Not too dark for you, is it?
Oh, no, indeed. I've worked this gadget on darker nights than this and got results.
I suppose we swing over this way for a change. We've pretty well covered the ground on that side.
Okay, Mr. Carter. Whatever you say. Over here, maybe?
Yes. If we don't find anything in this strip, I'm afraid we'll...
Hey, wait a minute.
Found something?
I think so. Yes. Yes, this is it, I'm sure.
No question about it?
None at all. I'm certain that if you dig here, you'll find the money.
Well, if the money's there, Matty will find it.
But we don't want your Matty to find it.
Who are you?
We want to find it ourselves. Of course we do. The money belongs to us. Now.
Why, of course. You're the two old ladies who tied Waldo up and left him in the house the other night. Well, what brings you back here now?
The money, of course.
I mean, how did you know we were out here?
We didn't, but we read in the late evening paper last night that the killing of our nephew Bill had solved the payroll robbery and that the case was closed. And so we said that it would be perfectly safe to come back here and get our money. And when we did, we found you here. We've been watching you for a long time from behind the trees.
Oh, yes. And now that you're here, how do you propose to go about digging it up?
Oh, I'm sure we can persuade you to do that for us, Mr. Carter.
Oh, really? What makes you think so?
This?
Hey, they got a gun, Mr. Carter.
We have two guns, one for each of us, and we both know how to shoot very straight. Our dear departed father taught us when we were girls.
Now, look, ladies, you better let me have those guns. Somebody might get hurt.
Nobody's going to get hurt, Mr. Carter, if you start digging.
Now, look here. A joke's a joke. This is getting too...
Mr. Carter, put your hands up over your head.
No.
You too, soldier. You put your hands up, too.
What do we do, Mr. Carter?
We don't do anything. We just... Hey! It went right past my ear.
Are you putting your hands above your head now, Mr. Carter?
Now, see here. This is all very silly.
I guess we better do it. I'd rather be silly than dead.
That's very wise of you.
Okay. My hands are up.
You'd better see if either of them is carrying a pistol, sister. I read in a book that that's always the first thing to do in such cases. Excuse me, please. The soldier doesn't have one. Oh? Oh, look, Edith. Mr. Carter has two pistols. Aren't they beautiful? Oh, put them over by that stump, Mary, where they'll be safe. Now, will you start digging, Mr. Carter?
I can't. I haven't a shovel.
I'll get you one. I remember seeing one in the cellar of our house. It isn't a very good one, but you can use it. You wait right there. I'll be back. He'll wait for you, sister. Won't you, Mr. Carter?
It looks that way. But now look here. It's no good. The police will be here before I can possibly get the hole deep enough to find the money. It's 3 o'clock already.
Oh, then I'm afraid that will mean you'll have to hurry, Mr. Carter. We must have the money before the police come back. So you'd better take your coat off and get ready to dig real fast. Look, sister. The soldier has gone to sleep.
Yes, poor dear. He must be all worn out watching Mr. Carter work.
Oh, what time is it?
7:30. Oh, dear, I do hope we can find the money before the police arrive.
Mr. Carter?
Yes?
Please dig a little faster. It's getting late.
Oh,
That's it, all right. Well, at least I have the satisfaction of knowing we found the right place. Well, after 10. Matty ought to be here by now. Are you two still up there?
Yes, we are. So don't stop digging. We must get that box before the police arrive.
I don't have to dig anymore. I found it.
You found it? Sister, wake up. Mr. Carter's found the money for us. Isn't he nice?
He found it. Oh, what a lovely man he is.
Soldier.
Yes.
Will you help Mr. Carter get the box out of the hole, please?
You mean he's found it?
Yes, I found it. Oh, here it is. Can you reach it?
Just a little higher. Yeah, that's it. I've got it.
My, that isn't a very big box to hold all that money, is it? Why, I believe I could carry that myself.
Of course we can. Here, soldier, I'll take it.
Here you are.
Thank you. Now, please jump down into the hole with Mr. Carter.
What? Do what?
Jump into the hole with Mr. Carter. It's big enough to hold you both.
Oh, boy.
And I think we'll be gone by the time you get out. The hole is over 8 feet deep.
You better do as she says, Lieutenant. You know how loudly that gun of hers can speak.
Okay. Watch out.
How do you do?
Oh, thank you both very much.
Yes, thank you so much. I hope we meet again sometime. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, I hope this story never gets around. Nick Carter and the lieutenant and the U.S. engineers made prisoner by 2 little old ladies.
And 2 little old guns. You can't forget those. Well, come on, let's get out of here. Give me a boost, will you?
Yeah.
I'll haul you out. I rather think they won't get very far.
Oh, I'm so glad we found this money before those horrid policemen got here.
Oh, yes. We can go in the house and wrap it up so no one will know what it is.
Yes.
Then we can go back to our old home and live comfortably for the rest of our days.
Yes, dear. Oh, watch out for that first step.
That'll be far enough, ladies. Stand right where you are.
Where did you come from?
Watch out for them, Matty. They're dangerous, I know.
What do you want with us, officer?
I want you, and I want that box of money you got there. And don't try reaching for your guns. It won't be healthy for you.
Oh, look, Sergeant, there comes Nick and that army man.
What?
Oh, dear, they must have gotten out of the hole.
You mean Nick and the other guy was in the hole where that box was?
Yes. We hoped they wouldn't get out till after we'd gone. That nice Mr. Carter dug the money up for us all by himself.
Nick dug it up? Well, I never.
Hey, Mary, have you got the money?
Yeah, the money and the dames both, and they won't get away from me, I can tell you.
Well, I gotta say one thing for old Sim Carter. He never let a couple of old dames get him in a hole. He knew how to handle women, he did.
What happened to all your science, Nick?
The science was on their side this time, in the form of a couple of guns. And they could shoot them, too, believe me.
Now, you both stop razzing Nick. He did the best he could. Didn't you, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, I did the best I could. I stalled around with the digging until time for Matty to show up. Of course, if they hadn't been 2 old ladies, I could have...
Yeah, sure, we know. If they hadn't been so weak, you could have overpowered them both, single-handed.
Hey, Nick, tell me, how'd you ever find where that money was buried? Patsy said you was using some kind of a trick device.
It's just a mine detector, Waldo, same as they use in the war to find hidden mines. The detector can find hidden metal even when it's buried as deep as this box was.
How deep was it, Nick?
8 feet. And if you don't believe me, look at these blisters.
Oh. Nick, look. See that chap standing there watching us?
Certainly I see him. What about him?
Red hair, tall, thin. Must live in this neighborhood or he wouldn't be standing there kibitzing. Isn't that the witness Waldo started out to find?
You're right, Patsy. And as Matty has the thieves and the money, and we have our witness, we can consider the case closed. Except for these blisters of mine.
Nick, boy, your own father used to say, never be ashamed of honest toil. Remember that, Nick. Never be ashamed of honest toil, even if you do happen to be doing it at the point of a gun.
Well, Nick, how about a few highlights on next week's show just to whet our appetite?
Good idea, Ken. My story next week is about a man who was killed by a rifle shot, but the bullet came from the wrong gun.
And the ladder was too long.
The which was what?
The ladder was too long.
So what?
That's the story, together with the fact that the boys' club met very late that night.
That's enough. What do you call this weird combination of clues?
I call it the case of the wrong clue.
Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of the Shadow Comics. In The Return of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer, Waldo by Humphrey Davis, and Scubby by John Kane. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these stations each week at this same time. This is Ken Powell saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This I believe. Jerome Davis is a descendant of General John Glover, who was in command of the American forces when Washington crossed the Delaware. His father was a lieutenant colonel in the Civil War and the missionary statesman who founded the first Christian university in Japan. Dr. Davis is distinguished in his own right as a teacher, author, and social scientist. Now he states his personal beliefs.
As my father lay dying of a heart attack, we asked if he had any final words for the family. He answered, "My life is my message." In a very real sense, I can illustrate what I believe by talking about my life rather than in a profound discussion of philosophy. Born in Japan, where my father helped to found the largest Christian university in the island empire, I grew up with a strong faith in Christianity. In college, turning against a life dedicated to fame and fortune, I decided to try and help others. Could I have imagined the wildest Arabian Nights fantasy, it would never have equaled the adventures this decision brought. First, it led to the presidency of the college YMCA, and then in working my way to Europe in the summer. Next, I spent a period as assistant to Sir Wilfrid Grenfell. Here was my ideal, a man who might have amassed a fortune, but instead was helping the fishermen on the bleak coast of Labrador, dotting it with hospitals, orphan asylums, schools, and cooperatives. He was one of the happiest men I ever met. When I asked a fisherman what he thought of Grenfell, he replied, "There'll be more folks as'll miss the doctor when he dies than'll miss King George." Next, I volunteered to serve prisoners in the First World War. The YMCA sent me to Tsaristic Russia. All around me, prisoners were dying by the hundreds, and I was in constant danger of my life. Yet, strangely enough, I never enjoyed work more than helping these men who did not have enough to eat, to wear, or to do. We provided athletics, classes, orchestras, medicines, food, and religious services. Little by little, the camps were transformed, and the death toll stopped. Then the Russian Revolution broke, and I was working along 1,500 miles of battlefront, starting soldiers' clubs. Again, it was an absorbing experience to watch the birth of a new civilization, even if I could not agree with communism. Back in the United States after World War I, and a professor at the Yale Divinity School, I became actively interested in prison conditions and discovered that 44% of the jail population in my state were confined because of a defective environment rather than because of their own delinquency. This work was followed by a study of labor conditions and a trip to Russia as a correspondent bearing a letter to Stalin from Senator Bora, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. In the Second World War, the YMCA asked me to have charge of the prisoner of war camps in Canada. Again, I found that helping the prisoners changed their attitudes and transformed the camps. Fundamentally, in my philosophy, Jesus was right. We cannot cast out Satan by Satan. Over and over again, I have seen that helping the other fellow pays off in terms of his friendship and loyalty. It is irresistible for me to believe, then, that if this philosophy works with individuals, it can be made to work with nations, which are only large collections of individuals. I am willing to bet my life that friendship and invincible goodwill pay in the long run.
They're the creed of Dr. Jerome Davis of West Haven, Connecticut, who has taught at Yale, Harvard, Dartmouth, Boston University, and the University of Wisconsin, and he has traversed the world as a correspondent, lecturer, and welfare worker.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. This little jewel, this little beauty, this little sweetheart of a story started on a hot night in June, around 7 p.m. I was at my desk trying to convince myself that there was really a good reason to get up and roll down my sleeves, tie my shoelaces, and start walking those steaming sidewalks, so that my 400 words could end up next to the girdle ads and the shipping news, arrivals and departures, page 38. Oh, well, it's a living. So dry your tears and think... But whose tears? I looked up. She had stopped a few feet from my desk, looking at me like I was one of those $60 embalming jobs. A cute little thing in crisp linen and wet cheeks. Can't be that bad, kid.
I'm sorry. I just can't seem to control myself. It's so awful. The elevator man said you were the only one around.
And that's why you're crying?
Oh, Mr. Stone, I just don't know what to do.
About what?
They called me an hour ago from the city pound. About my dog.
Your dog?
He's dead.
Oh, well, that's too bad, but...
He died of rabies.
Oh?
Been sick for days. I should have taken him to the veterinarian right away. Oh, it's my fault.
Well, those things happen. I know it's tough losing a dog.
That's not it. 5 days ago, he bit a man.
Well, this man better start the Pasteur treatment post-haste.
That's just it.
Hmm?
Oh, I tell you, since I got the call, I've been going crazy. What am I going to do?
Do?
I don't know who the man is.
Do that over again?
It's true.
Sit down.
What am I going to do?
The first thing you're going to do is start talking.
Oh, he was such a nice young fellow. He said his name was Fred.
Fred what?
I don't know. He passed by my house every day on his way to work. My dog took a liking to him.
Yeah?
It was 5 days ago. Last Monday. The dog had been sick, like I said. When Fred came to pet him, the dog bit him on the face. I went into the house to get some first aid stuff, but when I came out, Fred was gone. That's the last I saw of him.
Yeah, it'll be the last you'd see of me, too. Now, just sit where you are. Get me one of the doctors over at the Board of Health. I'll hang on. What's your name, kiddo?
Judy Hartley. I just feel terrible.
Why, you relax now. Everything will be okay. Oh, hello. Say, this is Randy Stone of the Star. A fellow gets bit by a dog 5 days ago. The dog later dies of rabies. Face. We don't know where he is right now. Yeah, I'm going to do what I can. I will. Thank you.
What'd he say?
He said the death rate from rabies is 100%.
Oh.
Now, just relax. The Pasteur treatment has begun in time. There's no danger.
Then we gotta find him.
Well, there's another little gimmick, kid. When the bite is on the face, you only have about a week at the most to begin treatment.
Then?
We got a couple of days to find this guy. After that, it's too late. Well, that's how it began. 7:35, Thursday night, June 6th. The girl and I went right to police headquarters, through streets choked with thousands of listless Chicagoans looking for a small breeze. When I told the lieutenant in charge what had happened, he turned as yellow as calcimine and put in a call for the captain. The captain had been called right in the middle of his son's wedding. When he came down to the station, he was wearing a white tuxedo, a red carnation, and a purple rage. Only after I told him what the score was, the carnation seemed to wilt in his lapel, and he looked a little like the calcimine, too.
Rabies. Good Lord. Where do you live, young lady?
3201 Palmer Place. Oh, I feel so guilty about this.
Anybody who has a dog who doesn't give an anti-rabies shot should feel guilty.
I know.
I'm sorry, and forgive me. Now, you say he walked past your place every day on the way to work. How do you know he was on his way to work?
Well, he wore mechanic's overalls, and he carried a lunch pail.
Undoubtedly works or lives in that neighborhood.
Along with 100,000 other people.
You're telling me. Radio room. Across the finger stand. Hello. I want every squad car in the Logan Square area alerted. I want 5 special squads.
I uncrossed my fingers long enough to call in all the newspaper, radio, and television boys. We set up a news pool with me as liaison man because it all started at my little weather-beaten desk. And then the coverage began. With a 9 p.m. break, every radio and television station threw away their jingles and endorsements to announce that anyone bitten by a collie dog 5 days before should report to Captain Blair of the police at once. The evening edition of the Sun-Times, the Tribune, and the Star carried the same item on the front page. By 10 o'clock, the police switchboards were lit up like Christmas trees by people wanting to help. And by 10:30, the psychos were making their appearance.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm the one, all right. I did it.
Did what? Judy, is
No.
Oh, but I am. I confess. You must believe me. I killed them all. Every one of them. If you want me to, I'll take you to the bodies.
That's sporting of you. Sergeant, will you escort the gentlemen to the bodies?
10 after 11, still nothing. Judy, the captain, and I sweating it out in his office, avoiding each other's eyes. The captain now with his white tuxedo coat hanging over a chair and his black tie dangling from one ear and trying not to look at the clock. Judy chewing on her knuckles and me making one trip after another to the water cooler in the corner. And the minutes passed. And then the phone started ringing again like it had been ringing all night with one false alarm after another.
Hello. Yeah. What? Where?
Hey, what is it?
Hey, Dirt. Good work, Harris. Be right over.
They found him?
No, but the next best thing, they found out where he lives. Come on.
It was a rambling frame house over on Kedzie Avenue with a tin sign that announced housekeeping rooms newly decorated. 2 squad cars were parked in front, and a little gathering of citizens hung around wondering what the excitement was all about. A scrawny, hawk-faced landlady led us upstairs to a back bedroom, swinging a wadded newspaper at moths and flies.
Well, here we are.
As soon as Judy looked into the room, she stiffened with excitement and pointed to the dresser.
His lunch pail. He always carried it as his.
Of course it is.
Clothes in the closet of his, too. And that whiskey bottle, it's his. Also, them girly pictures in the mirror. Nothing I hate worse than flies.
What's this man's last name?
Fred Graham's the name he gave me.
Good. Now, do you
They
have
say
any...
it might hit 103 degrees tomorrow. How do those fellas know? Answer me that. Well, that fixes your wagon, Sonny, the dirty little monster.
Lady, do you have any idea where we can find Graham now?
Other copper asked me that.
And what did you tell the other copper?
Told him I didn't have the slightest idea where Graham is now.
When's the last time you saw him?
4 or 5 days ago. All them girly pictures, though. I figure he's got a roof over his head.
All right, much obliged, Mother.
Now, thank you to watch your language.
Coming in.
Yeah, Tony.
You...
Me?
Hold still.
Why?
Hey! Oh, I think I got away. I hate flies.
So, at a few minutes before midnight, we had his name, Fred Graham. And after the cops finished going through his room, we also had his personality. This was a lover boy from way back. Couple dozen love letters that made Chicago's heat wave seem puny by comparison. A large handful of girly pictures, each thoughtfully inscribed. Hair pomades and toilet waters galore, and 2 tins of Sen. Also some paycheck stubs from the A1 Auto Repair Service. Also a postcard from his mom in Cheyenne, Wyoming, hoping he was being a good boy. Good. This guy must have been terrific. By 1:30 a.m., every girl who'd sent a letter had been contacted. No Freddie. The owner of the garage hadn't seen him for 5 days. All his poor ma in Wyoming could offer were her tears. The one break with the snapshots. He appeared on a few of them, and his likeness was blown up full size and handed around. 2 television stations returned to the air to transmit the picture for a solid hour. And the 2 a.m. edition of all the papers tore out every story of disaster and war and hate and carried nothing on the front page but the smiling face of Fred Graham. The radio boys brought a wire recorder to the captain's office, and he transcribed a message.
This is Police Captain Blair. I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham. The dog that bit you 5 days ago has died of rabies. You must have treatment at once, or you are doomed. Report to the police or to any doctor in Chicago immediately.
And for the rest of that night, the message was broadcast every 15 minutes on all the stations that remained in operation. But still nothing happened. And then around 4 a.m., the captain rolled up his sleeves, picked up the phone, and really went to work.
I'm sorry I had to get all you good people up, but we need all the help we can, and we need it fast. I want to bring all you people up.
The Red Cross people were there, the FBI, the civil defense people, representatives from the mayor, the Board of Health, scout organizations, the Salvation Army. A sweltering room full of people. I spotted Judy in the back of the room looking very pale and drawn. I sat next to her and she sagged against me.
The Board of Health doctor tells me that already it might be too late for us to help Fred Graham. And that certainly that every hour that passes reduces our chances of reaching him in time. Therefore, I've decided to call the entire city into the hunt.
Must find him, the whole city.
Judy. She folded up like a rag doll. I carried her outside to the first aid room where a nurse began bringing her around. When I returned to the conference room, I saw Judy's purse on the floor where she dropped it. I picked it up. It sagged suspiciously. I opened it. A gun. When I went back to the first aid room, she was feeling better. That is, until I handed her back the purse.
You found the gun.
Uh-huh.
I want it back.
Why?
Because it's mine. I have a permit.
You'll have to come up with a better reason than that.
It doesn't matter. I'll get another gun. If not a gun, something else.
Now, kid...
Don't you understand? It's like I killed him. It's just the same.
That's nonsense.
That's how I feel. And if they don't find him in time, I couldn't live either.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. I'd like to take just half a minute to alert our listeners for 2 more top mystery shows heard tonight on NBC. First, straight from the famous Craig Rice novels, hear The Amazing Mr. Malone. Then later hear Herbert Marshall starring as the man called X, who proves that the symbol X stands for adventure in all the distant and dangerous places of the world. Listen for The Amazing Mr. Malone and Herbert Marshall as the man called X, later tonight over many of these same NBC stations. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
It had started out as just another hot Chicago night, and now it had disintegrated into a first-class nightmare. An entire city trying to find Fred Graham, who'd been bitten by a rabid dog and who would surely die if he weren't located very soon.
Blair, I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham, the dog that bit you 5 days ago.
And all through the long hours of the night, the disc jockeys interrupted Old Soldiers Never Die and Dabba 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 to play the captain's recorded message. And all that morning on the Wake Up and Shine shows. And the television stations and the newspapers playing up the photograph of Fred Graham. But nothing happened. Around 6 a.m., I sent Judy home with a nurse and told the nurse to watch her every minute. And after that, I just hung around the hallway of the Central Police Station, watching the ruby red sun start a new sizzling day. The last day we'd have to find Graham in time. The captain called me in around 9. A white tuxedo looking like something left over from war surplus.
All right, Sissy. You might say he left town without picking up his clothes or his paycheck, and for no reason, mind you. We've checked on that. He's not wanted for a thing. No creditors or police record, nothing like that. But for the sake of argument, okay, he left town. Now look at these newspapers. Detroit News, New York Post, Miami Herald, San Francisco Chronicle. Front-page story, every newspaper in the country. And still nothing happens. Where is he, Randy? Where is he?
That's a good question.
Come up with a good answer, I'll fix every traffic ticket you get for life. I'm going batty.
Or maybe you need a couple of minutes sleep, huh?
Sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that Board of Health doctor lecturing us about the way a man dies with rabies. That's not why I called you in, Randy. You're the boy handling the press pool for all the papers. Okay, here's the latest plan of action. We're dividing the city into 8 sections. The scouts are going to supply us with 2,000 boys to cover the suburbs around Evanston. The Civil Defense is supplying 10,000 volunteers to handle the north side. The Red Cross is digging up another 5,000.
Captain Blair.
Yes?
What are you making it so hard for a taxpayer to see you for? For an hour now, I've been trying to get in here.
I've been pretty busy. What can I do for you?
Robinson's the name. Joe Robinson. It's all over. Ended. Call off the cops. Everybody relax. Fred Graham's found.
What are you talking about? Where is he?
And those bums outside gave me trouble. Wouldn't let me through.
Look, taxpayer Robinson, just tell us where he is.
How should I know?
How should I know?
I mean, not right away. Give me an hour or two. But as soon as I hightail it to the airport and get my little Piper Cub up there in the wild blue yonder...
The wild blue yonder?
Don't you get it? I'm a skywriter. All day long, I float around writing, Soda Seltzer is the tops. Hour after hour, Soda Seltzer is the tops. You know how many people look up and see that? Only everybody. Okay, so today I tell Soda Seltzer to keep their $20 an hour, and I write, Fred Graham, where are you?
With a question mark?
Sure, with a question mark. You know how many guys in my racket can make a perfect question mark? Mighty few.
As gently as possible, we eased Joe Robinson, the flying taxpayer, out of the place. But in a cockeyed way, he was symbolic of the entire city. ready to give up $20 an hour to help find Fred Graham. Yeah, that's how it was everywhere. That morning in every church, a prayer was said for Fred Graham at early Mass. Around every newsstand, a solemn little crowd gathered, shaking their heads and taking it as a personal tragedy. Around the radio shops...
This is Police Captain Blair. I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham.
Tens of thousands searching through the city. Even the winos on Skid Row had been organized to search through the flop houses and basements of their area. Since midnight, not a single police officer had gone off duty. But still, Graham was nowhere to be found. Why? Where was it? In a few hours, it really wouldn't matter. Around 8 that night, I left the police station where you could have cut the gloom with a butter knife. And through the hot streets where gloom followed at my heels, and up to my office at the Star where the gloom was waiting for me. Everyone crowding around me, wanting to know the latest, and when I told them there wasn't any latest, they moved away quietly. These characters who'd covered stories of wars and famines and pestilence where millions had died needlessly. It's a crazy world. I went over to my desk to try to write the story, and then I saw the stack of telephone messages. I thumbed through them quickly, mostly from people wanting to help. But there were 8 of them that said exactly the same thing. Call SU-13689, urgent. Nothing could be very urgent after today.
Hello?
This is Randy Stone of the Star.
Why didn't you call me before? I've been going crazy trying to reach you. Didn't you get my messages?
I've been away from the office on the Graham story.
That's what I'm calling about. He wants to talk to you.
Oh.
Fred Graham.
What?
But you've got to come alone.
Look, he needs help. He needs it fast.
I know that. But that's the condition. That you come alone.
What's the address?
Alone?
Yes. What's the address?
2830 Rogers Avenue, apartment C.
I've got it. How does he feel?
Terrible. Hurry.
I was in the cab on my way over there when I remembered a beat-up little dame who'd wanted to kill herself, namely Judy Hartley. We had to pass within 3 blocks of her house anyhow, and I figured the extra minute wouldn't make that much difference. I told the cabbie to keep the motor running and rang Judy's bell. Nurse opened the door. I went right past her to where Judy was curled up on the couch, still gnawing on whatever was left of her knuckles. I took her gun out of my pocket and handed it to her.
I don't understand.
Well, you said you had a permit for it, so I guess
But
it's okay. Besides, you won't have to blow your brains out after all.
You don't mean it.
Yes, I do mean it. Come on. 2830 Rogers Avenue was a punch-drunk apartment building leaning up against the moldy gasworks. But to Judy and me, Buckingham Palace never looked so good. The dark hallway smelled more of cabbages than of kings. Beyond was a flight of stairs lit by a single flickering light bulb that dangled listlessly, willing to let well enough alone. I pressed the button marked C, and we waited. And then upstairs, beyond our sight, a door opened.
Mr. Stone?
Yeah. Graham?
That's right. Come on upstairs.
We hurried up the steps. It seemed to me like 4 million Chicagoans were running up right with us, gasping down my neck. And then it came to me that I was doing all the gasping. And up ahead was another hallway, lit by another no-talent bulb. A young man was standing beside an open door. Brother, am I glad to see you?
Yeah. No. Oh, no. No.
He spun around, went back into the apartment, slammed the door behind him. I must make a grand first impression. Graham, open up, Graham. Oh, what's wrong with you?
Maybe he's already starting to get sick. I read somewhere we're acting like this is one of the first symptoms.
Yeah.
Oh, break down the door. Break it down.
Stand back. Me and my dynamic tension.
That's it.
I stepped through the broken door and into the small bedroom. He'd been desperately trying to get out the window, and now he was cowering against the wall like a mad dog.
Oh,
Judy, get on that phone quick. Call Captain Barnes. Have him get an ambulance over here right away.
He won't need an ambulance. He'll need a hearse.
Why?
Oh, now listen to me, sweetheart. I can explain everything.
Sweetheart. Hey, Judy. Judy. What are you doing with that gun?
Killing a dirty rat.
Yes, the gun I'd given back to her half an hour before. The first shot shattered the window. The second knocked the head off a pink Cupid doll on the dresser. And the next two did terrible things to the ceiling plaster. The fifth went through a silk lampshade, making the tassels wave back and forth. The last shot was really a dangerous one. It came within 3 feet of Fred. And after that, the gun just clicked harmlessly several times. And after that, Judy began crying, which is where I came in. And then Fred started crawling over to her.
Oh, come on, sweetheart. Don't cry. Please, don't cry.
Oh, Freddie.
Oh, baby.
Freddie, I wanted to find you and kill you. Now look at me.
You wanted to kill him? Graham, where are the dog bites I've heard so much about?
Oh, isn't it a fantastic little thing? But I do love her. I love her. I love her.
Oh, Freddie. The next time I get jealous, I want you to turn me over your knee.
Wait a minute. Wait, what is this?
Last fight we had, that was a real Lulu, wasn't it? She made me give her back all the letters and pictures, and still she wasn't satisfied. When I heard she bought a gun to kill me, I figured it was time for me to drop out of sight.
So, in order to find you, she came around to me with a story about her dog?
She doesn't even have a dog. Scared to death of him.
Oh, no, this isn't really happening to me.
Well, gee, I never expected there to be such a fuss about it, Mr. Stone.
Oh, no, Randy, it's all a dream. This is a dream.
I just thought that maybe you'd help me find him yourself.
Oh, hang on, Randy. Everything's going to be okay. We had just
That's why when the captain called all those people in, that's why I fainted.
Oh, that's why you fainted. Sarah Bernhardt, you know what you've done to this fair city of 4 million people in the last 24 hours?
I guess that was sort of a silly thing to do. Wasn't it, Mr. Stone?
Well, since there were no more bullets in the gun, I couldn't kill her. Or myself for not checking with the dog pound. But who could doubt a story like that? Tommy, I took a walk through the city where 10,000 Boy Scouts and 8,000 Red Cross workers, the entire civil defense setup, were searching for Fred Graham door to door. The television people, the newspaper people, the radio people.
Police Captain Blair. I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham.
Shut up! All those cops working the night through without a moment's sleep. The winos searching the flop houses. Every church offering up prayers. Dismally, I looked up into the sky myself, only to see in the fast-fading dusk a skywriter putting a smoky question mark on Fred Graham. Where are you? The whole city, 4 million people. What was the caliber of that gun? And then, gradually, I began to realize that maybe all this wasn't such a tragedy after all. Oh, sure, I was in for the razzing of my life, but just the same, maybe something wonderful had taken place without anybody realizing it. So what if the thing turned out to be a phony? There was nothing phony about the way this town of 4 million closed ranks and forgot all their petty little problems and went to work. If this was a sample of what would happen if a real test came, well, things were pretty good. When 4 million people can tear themselves apart trying to save the life of one simple guy without caring how much money he had in the bank or whether he was for Truman or MacArthur or what church he went to, when all they cared about was that one human being was in trouble. Well, by golly, the race of man wasn't so bankrupt after all. Copy, boy. Oh, no. Wait a minute, no. You better get me Captain Blair. I just hope he's had his rabies shot. All right.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Larry Marcus with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of the captain was played by Alan Reed. Others featured were Virginia Gregg as the landlady and Laura, Paul Freese as Fred, Joyce McCuskey as Judy, and the pilot Homer Welch. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
Enjoy the very best radio. Be sure that you dial it right. Seems like the very best radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night, NBC.
Hear the amazing Mr. Malone tonight on NBC.
This I believe. Joe J. Mickle is an educator and world traveler. He has been the president of the Centenary College of Louisiana since 1945. But his special field of interest is international relations, particularly in the Far East. He lived in Japan for 20 years, going there first as a student of Japanese, later as a teacher. He is a ready student of life, too. Here is Dr. Mickle.
I must plead guilty to being an optimist, a long-range optimist. I like to view human progress in centuries rather than in years. I do not believe progress is automatic, nor does my optimism relieve me of a sense of urgency in working for human betterment. But a long backward glance at the human race always reassures me. This means that I am enthusiastic about life. Henry Chester has said, "Enthusiasm is the greatest asset in the world. It is nothing more or less than faith in action." The most difficult person for me to understand is one who is bored. Yet each day I encounter those who seem dead to the glamour and challenge of life. Life has so many sides that I cannot imagine why it should ever appear tedious or uninteresting. I'd like 9 lives, each in a different activity. In Peking, I once saw a sign near the railway station which read, "Your baggage forwarded in all directions." To me, life is so interesting that enthusiasm has come naturally, and I've wanted to run off in a lot of directions all at once. Fortunately, my own work has been big enough to merit my full enthusiasm. This is my faith in action. But for me, optimism and enthusiasm can be deeply rooted and continuous only if they spring from an inner sense of the presence of God and faith in His Spirit at work in the world. The 139th Psalm is my inspiration, for it expresses this faith. O Lord, Thou hast searched me and known me. Though I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there shall thy hand lead me. This faith makes life more orderly and simple, yet more complete. Thankfulness, too, is my faith in action. I am thankful for past generations which have paid the price of human progress. I try not to take them for granted. To those who through much suffering have brought us greater freedom, broader visions, and better living conditions, I feel undying gratitude. I like to turn back the hands of time to study their lives and struggles. Also, I am thankful to those of my generation, particularly to those of talents different and greater than mine, who have picked up where others left off and are carrying on toward that far-off divine event toward which all creation moves. But the spirit of thankfulness to my own and past generations cannot be complete without frequently lifting the face upward, simply to say, "Thank you, God." In fact, with me at least, it is here that the spirit of thankfulness finds its first expression. From there, I want it to flow outward toward my fellow men of whatever race, color, creed, or talent. I knew a 4-year-old girl in Japan who, at the end of a wonderful day of play with her American and Japanese friends, asked permission to say her evening prayers in her own words. Then she said, "Thank you, God, for a pleasant day," hesitated a moment while she thought what should come next, then in complete sincerity added, "I hope you've had a good time, too." That prayer implies that if gratitude is genuine, it must be linked to life's actions. It is thankfulness which says to God, "I hope that this day my actions have brought you only pleasure."
Those were the beliefs of Joe J. Mickle, president of the Centenary College of Louisiana, an authority on the Far East, and a man of wide personal horizons.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, a corpse in every plot.
Oh, Rick, that's awful.
I know, Helen, but my sense of humor's out of gas.
Aw, what's the matter? No business?
Not for a week. If a client walked in now, I'd probably swear it was an hallucination and referred to Bellevue.
Walt's been trying to get you. He called here about 5 minutes ago, said it was important.
I just got in the office. I'll give him a call.
Am I going to see you tonight?
You know it. Me and my empty wallet will be glad to stop over for dinner.
Well, I'll have Francis fix something healthy.
Tell him to cook some money.
I'll see you around 7 then. Don't forget to call Walt. Bye.
Bye. When I wish I was smiling, sure it's fine morning.
Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Oh, you want to talk to me, Fatty?
Rick?
How many people call you Fatty?
Where the devil have you been? I called you at your apartment all morning.
Helen just told me I slept late.
Well, why didn't you answer your phone?
Rent was due. Could have been a trap.
Can you come down here?
Well, if it's important, I can come down. But if a potential client gives up because he can't find me, I may have a crying jag all over your office.
I'll stock up on hankies. I wouldn't ask you, Rick, but it is important, very.
Well, don't sound like the last course of Gloomy Sunday. I'll be there. Relax. I knew Walt was on the level because every time he thought something was important, he came on in a higher register and began to sound like a harp. Well, I closed the office, set the bear trap in front of the door in case of a client, and left a box lunch. I might be gone for a good while this time, and if I caught something, there was no sense in letting it starve. The 5th Precinct was 20 blocks away, so being a practical man who always regards that lonely feeling in his pocket as the sure makings of a pedestrian, I insulted a few well-meaning cab drivers, and 30 minutes later I limped into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station.
Yes? Is there something I can do for you?
In my business, you have to be conditioned to anything. Nothing should surprise you. But in my business, like any other, There's always a first time for everything, and it looked like this was it. For over a year, I had been walking leisurely into the squad room of the 5th Precinct, and smiling inside when I spotted a cop with a battering ram for a head and landing barges for feet. He was always the best straight man I'd ever run across, and his name was Sergeant Otis Loveloon. But this day, dear old Otis was not to be found. Instead, sitting at his desk, looking up at me through a pair of thick horn-rimmed glasses, was something else. It pulled out a clean white handkerchief, removed the glasses, clouded them up with a quick breath that filled the room with the essence of sen-sen, and said,
"Well?
Where's Otis?"
You mean Sergeant Loveloon? He's been transferred.
He's been what?
Transferred.
Who are you?
Sergeant Andre Klume. Is there something I can do for you?
Andre Klume?
Sergeant Andre Klume.
Sergeant Andre Klume.
Just one moment.
Yeah?
Where do you think you're going?
Look, Sonny, I'm going in to see the lieutenant.
You'll have to wait until I find out if he can see you.
Oh, he'll see me. He just called me.
May I have your name, please?
What? Citation.
Mr. or Mrs.?
Hey, this may not be so bad after all.
No?
No. We're going to have fun, Andre.
Are we?
Yes, indeed. Now call in to the lieutenant and tell him Mr. Diamond is coming in to see him.
Yeah?
The gentleman you were expecting, Mr. Diamond.
He's getting introductions now? Send him in.
Yes, sir. The lieutenant will see you, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Sergeant Klume.
And something else, Mr. Diamond.
Yes?
Sergeant Loveloon warned me about you, and I can assure you right now that I have no intention of becoming the brunt of your obvious crude comedy.
Sergeant Klume, I don't think there's much you can do about it. Oh, Walt, I want to go on record right now as saying
Don't.
that
I know.
Well, what is that out there?
The commissioner says he's one of the most valuable men on the force.
Well, how can you put him in a cop's uniform? It's like dressing Rasputin and the Mother Hubbard.
I miss Otis as much as you do, but strictly off the record, Sergeant Klume has relatives.
Oh, I thought so. I'm scratching all the way in here.
Otis moved over to the 11th Precinct.
Who's he working for now?
Lieutenant Crawford. They've had a suicide watch on him all night.
What's this Andre Klume supposed to be so good at?
He's only been with us for a couple of days. I don't know.
Well, if I keep thinking about him, I may have to be dipped in hot tar. You better tell me what you want to see me about.
You may not like it, Rick.
Oh? This is new?
Remember Ralph Baxter?
Sure. I sent him up while I was still on the force.
Yeah. Well, you worked on that case for over a year, didn't you?
You were in charge of the department. You know darn well I did.
Rick, you knew Baxter's habits better than anyone on the force.
Oh, now, Walt, what's it all about? Is Baxter loose?
Very loose. Busted out at 8 o'clock this morning along with 7 other guys.
Oh. All got away clean?
Every one of them. One of the best planned breaks I've ever heard about.
Now, if Baxter was in on it, it had to be. He's a smart boy, Walt. One of the smartest.
Yeah, well, the commissioner says we've got to pick him up before he does any damage.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that. I need someone who knows him so well he might have a chance of nailing him before the trouble breaks loose. And you know Baxter and trouble.
How come you're in on this, Walt? Somebody already get killed?
Truck driver.
Oh. Baxter's an unhappy boy. He kills to make up for it. Really does a fancy job.
You want to help me out?
You in trouble if they don't nail Baxter in a hurry?
The commissioner is relying on me.
Okay, then.
It's got to be official in case you have to make an arrest.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Got to swear you in as a deputy. Look, Rick, we've got to. I don't really care how you bring Baxter in and who gets the credit, but
what
will
would
the commissioner say if...
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Walt. Every time I used to put on that badge, a book of rules and regulations went with it. I do it my way or not at all.
But...
Now, don't start running your motor. I don't want the credit. The department can have it. Besides, it's 20-1 in any man's book that I'll never even get close to Baxter.
Well, you stand more chance than anyone else.
Okay, then. You still don't have to worry about the credit. It's 50-1 that the newspapers will read. Private detective found with his head missing.
Okay, Rick. Your way. Andre.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Andre.
Yeah, some name.
I beg your pardon?
Bring in all the information on Baxter and the 7 other men who were in on the break.
Yes, sir.
Andre Klume.
Yeah.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
You want to look over this stuff, Rick?
Yeah. I want to know how the break was pulled off. Maybe if we can get a line on who helped them, we can get it Baxter that way.
A truck was used. A Ford pickup that hauled garbage regularly. The large garbage cans were placed on the truck and taken off to a dump. The 7 men in Baxter hid in the cans and were covered up with garbage.
Oh.
The men in the prison kitchen have all been questioned, but none will admit a thing. Well, thank you, Sergeant.
Maybe you can tell us what happened after that, Sergeant.
Several miles outside of the prison, the men got out of the cans. One man climbed up into the cab of the truck and ordered the driver to stop. He shot the driver, and the men climbed off the truck, rolled it over a 44-foot hill.
44 feet?
44 feet 9 inches at the first point of impact where the truck went over. The hill, of course, varies at other spots.
Of course.
2 cars were waiting for the 8 men. Tire tracks were found and casts made. A report on these casts should be in at any minute.
Synchronize your watches, then, Rick. Tell me, Sergeant Clume, have you any idea who might have been driving the 2 cars?
No.
Turn in your MiGs and your ray gun. You're through.
Very amusing.
Now, please, Rick, for the sake of my psychiatrist, don't start on Clume like you did on Otis.
Might be a woman.
Clume?
Driving one of the cars.
Oh. Baxter was a known woman hater.
You don't say. I suppose the other 7 guys got together with him and formed a club.
4 of the 7 men were known to have had women friends at one time or another. But only one woman remained loyal after the men were sent to prison.
How do you know that?
I remember things.
He remembers things.
Oh. She visited the prison many times to see Tony Lugetti, one of the escapees.
Maybe you can remember the dates?
The first time was right after Tony was sent up, November.
All right, Sergeant.
What's the girl's name and where does she live?
Jean Lawrence, 1782 East 12th Street, apartment C. B.
Butterfingers. I'll take this list of histories on the 7 guys.
You going to check on the girl?
Yes, and thank you, Sergeant Andre Clume. You've been a brick. I left Clume polishing his glasses, Walt looking sick. Jean Lawrence did live at 1782 East 12th, apartment B. So I looked up the landlady, a nice old reproduction of Whistler's mother with a hangover, Mrs. Shook by name. She was a little unhappy that I'd bothered her, but I finally sold her on the idea that she could shave any time, and aided by my best smile and the promise of a fast 5th, I finally got her to open the door to apartment B.
There you are, lover, but I can tell you right now, Jeannie ain't in.
Well, what's in this room?
Bedroom. She didn't come home all day yesterday or last night.
She didn't, huh?
You know, I shouldn't be showing you around like this, except that you look like a real nice fella.
And you're thirsty.
Oh, go on.
You see anyone else hanging around, say, in the last week?
Yeah. Come to think of it, about a week ago, some dark fella started coming over to see Jeannie. Used too much hair oil, greasy type.
Think you'd recognize him?
You bring me that present, lover boy, and I could recognize a clove of garlic in an onion warehouse.
I'd make a book on it. May I use the phone?
Go right ahead, lover. Oh, by the by, 100 proof, huh?
100 proof.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt, this is Rick. I'm up at the girl's apartment. Not here. But the landlady says she can identify some guy who's been hanging around here for the last week. So look up...
Hold it a minute, Rick. Somebody coming over the hot shop.
Okay. So, bottle and bond, is that right, dear?
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Lovely.
Rick?
Yeah?
Get that landlady in here, then meet me out at the end of River Street, Pier 14.
Something up?
Sus came up. Someone didn't want it to. When she hit bottom, the bricks in the sack must have torn it open.
What?
A dock worker spotted her floating near one of the pier pilings.
Jean Lawrence?
Yeah. I'll see you over there.
Something happened to little Jeannie. I could hear...
Found her floating in the river.
Oh. Well, if we're going down to the station, can we stop off and get that present?
Yeah.
Bottled in bond, you promised.
I grabbed a cab and took Mother McCrae over to the 5th Precinct, making one stop on the way for the promised present. I turned her over to the desk sergeant and took off for Pier 14 at the end of River Street. When I got there, I spotted the homicide prowl car and Walt standing near the ambulance. On the wooden floor of the pier, covered with a sheet, was the dead body of Jean Lawrence. The coroner had just finished his examination.
Well, give me a full report as soon as I get to the lab, Lieutenant.
This is a rush, Coroner.
It always is. Oh, hello, Rick.
Hi, Charlie.
Shot twice, then thrown in the drink.
Yeah, nice. Anything else?
Book of matches in her coat pocket. Probably don't mean a thing.
Lieutenant, we just got a report from the precinct. Hello, Diamond.
Oh, good afternoon, Clume. You're looking fine.
Oh, you'll be kissing each other on the cheek in a minute. Now, what about that report, Sergeant?
The landlady Diamond brought in 22 minutes ago has just identified a picture in the morgue as a man who had been visiting Jean Lawrence for the past week.
Anyone we know?
William Nash, alias William Barnes, alias Bootleg Barnes.
Yeah.
5'11", black hair, brown eyes, slight scar...
Oh, hold it. What about his record?
9 arrests, 2 convictions, robbery and assault. In the cafe business now at...
Red Dot Inn?
Yes, sir.
Matches you found on the girl, Walt?
Yeah, Red Dot Inn. Let's take a run over there.
Yes, gents, what'll it be?
William Nash, he around?
No.
Police.
He still ain't around.
He got an office?
Well,
He got an office.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Top of those stairs. Down the hall, last door.
Go around to the back of the bar, Clume.
Yes, sir.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You ain't supposed to come back here.
See that he doesn't have any way to let Mr. Nash know we're coming up.
Just go ahead and tend your bar.
You guys want to get me in trouble?
Not unless Nash is really in his office. Then you don't have to worry about trouble. You're in it.
Let's go, Ray. Down the hall, he said. Last door. We both go?
Yep. Fire escape down there. This way, Sergeant Clume covers him. Can Clume shoot?
I forgot to ask him.
You get on there by the fire escape in case he gets past me.
Who is it?
Fire department.
What?
Yeah, we received a report that your cafe isn't properly equipped in case of fire.
Are you nuts? I just had no extinguisher.
William Nash?
Yeah. Now what the
Let's
devil...
go.
Huh?
You heard him.
Hey, what is this?
Police, let's go.
He's clean.
All right, copy. You want to haul me in. What's the charge?
Murder.
Murder? Now listen,
Start walking.
Who's murdered?
Gene Lawrence. Down the steps.
I don't know any Gene Lawrence.
Sure.
Everything all right, Lieutenant?
Go upstairs and watch this guy's office.
Yes, sir.
You need a warrant for this, you know.
I'll get one.
I tell you, I don't know any Gene Lawrence.
My friend, I know a little old lady who thinks you wear too much hair oil. She's going to make a very big liar out of you.
NBC is bringing you Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
All right, Sergeant, get the lineup going.
Yes, sir. Henry Phipps. Henry Phipps, alias Henry Phipps.
I ain't never seen a lineup before, lover.
The man you identified earlier from the picture. See if you can pick him out.
George Chalmers.
No, ain't him.
Chalmers, alias George Lippert, alias Geo the Lip, Sarge Petty.
Ain't him neither.
William Nash.
That's him.
William Barnes.
All right, hold him.
You sure that's the man who was calling on Gene Lawrence?
Yep, that's him. Why don't he use bay rum on his hair?
Nash.
Yeah?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
You know Mr. Gene Lawrence?
I told you I don't, Lieutenant.
He sure is a lousy liar.
All right, run him off.
Step down. Hal Ennis.
He killed Jeannie.
We don't know.
Yes, sir. He sure should use bay rum.
Well, Walt and I and a couple of the boys took Nash downstairs and worked on him for about a half an hour before I got tired and decided to see what I could turn up myself. Nash still wouldn't admit he knew the dead girl, and we still weren't any closer to finding Ralph Baxter. I was pretty sure that Nash was connected with Baxter in some way, or he would have admitted knowing the girl and denied the killing. So I went back to the Red Dot Inn with a warrant to search Nash's office. Sergeant Andre Clume was guarding the door in the best prescribed manner. Legs spread, arms folded, back straight against the door. You're flat.
Mm-hmm. What? Oh, Diamond. I have absolutely no excuse. I'll understand if you report me to the lieutenant.
No one could get by, could they?
Not without waking me.
Then you did what you told to. You guarded the place.
But there is no excuse for falling asleep on duty.
Unless you get tired. Now, forget it. I got a warrant here. Let's give this officer going over. And that's exactly what we did. We took the place apart, piece by piece. And I have to go on record by saying that Clume really knew his business. He didn't miss a thing.
This might be important, Diamond.
What is it?
Bills to William Nash from a garage.
Let me see. Nick's Garage, 13th Street. 1,000-mile service on both cars, $14.90. Parking space rental on both cars, $25.
2 cars.
May not mean a thing. I'll check it anyway.
2 cars be used in the escape, Diamond.
Now, don't get excited. You stay here. I'll call you from the garage. I left Clume and went over to Nick's garage, looked up the owner, and he showed me the two cars, both sedans, 48 Chrysler and a new Hudson. Nick told me that both cars had been taken out the night before and returned early that morning. He said that Nash had driven one and the girl the other. So I put in a call to the Red Dot Inn and Sergeant Clume.
Yes, the lab has 2 good casts of the tire prints.
Well, put in a call to the lieutenant and tell him to get right down here with him.
I hope you'll forgive me being a little premature, but...
You already told him to come down.
Yes.
Tell me, Sergeant, you don't know anything about the 5th at Hialeah, do you?
One by Step Up in One and...
Goodbye, Sergeant.
Hello, Rick.
Well, this is Nick Miller, runs the garage.
Hi, Lieutenant. Miller. How about the cars?
This one and that one.
Hold this cast. I'll try the other one.
Okay. Fit?
No.
Those tread prints on that can supposed to fit the treads of one of these cars?
We hope so.
How about that one, Walt?
Like a glove. Try your cast on that car.
Fits this one, Walt.
Rick, both of the cars were used in the getaway.
What happens now?
Go back to headquarters and tell Nash we got him dead to rights. We'll sweat him till he cracks.
I got a better idea. Turn him loose.
What?
Nash knows that it's only a matter of time until we turn up his evidence anyway. And he knows something else. He knows Ralph Baxter. He knows if he spills anything, Baxter will kill him sure.
But we'll promise him protection.
Against Baxter? Baxter'd get him if it took 10 years.
Not if we get Baxter first. Nash probably knows where he's hiding out.
Walt, even if Nash knows where Baxter is, he'll be a long time telling you. In the meantime, Baxter can cause a lot of trouble.
All right, so I let Nash go. So what?
Get a hold of the newspapers. Tell them to run a story that you've picked up Nash for questioning in the prison break, but that you had to release him because of insufficient evidence.
You think Baxter will go after him?
Well, he'd at least send some of his boys. I think the girl was knocked off because she got out of line. You can bet that Baxter won't want Nash around for a witness.
Okay.
Gee, you're kind of making Mr. Nash a sitting duck, ain't you?
Well, I guess you'd say that, Mr. Miller. Now, why don't you come on down to the station with us and answer a few routine questions?
Oh, hey, I don't know nothing about this.
That's what Mr. Nash said, but you can see what a liar he turned out to be. We went back to the precinct, and the garage owner was held for questioning. In the meantime, 2 men were sent to the home of William Nash, and the phone tapped. 2 other men took their places on a stakeout at the Red Dot Inn, another pair at the garage. The garage owner was cleared of any suspicion and told to go back to work, but warned not to say anything. About 4 p.m, a call came over the hotshot at the 5th Precinct.
My name is Barton. I've just been robbed.
Where are you calling from?
I own the Rome jewelry store. 3 men came in and tied us all up. They stole over $100,000 in gems.
Anyone hurt?
My clerk, he's still unconscious.
All right, what's the address?
Corner of Wilmot and 21st Street.
It looked like just a routine robbery at the time, so the robbery detail took over. Walt released Nash and called the papers. Around 4:30, Walt got a call from robbery.
Levinson.
Jennings, Walt. Those guys that held up the jewelry store over on Wilmot Street. The owner just identified one of the hold-up men, Tony Lughetti.
Oh, thanks. Rick, Tony Lughetti, one of the guys that busted out with Baxter, has been identified as one of the hold-up men in the jewelry store.
Now it starts. The gang had gotten away clean. No trace except a cab driver who spotted a green sedan in front of the jewelry store. 3 men in it. We waited.
Levinson.
Sullivan. Nash just got a phone call. Man said he wanted to see him for the payoff. Said to meet him at the place. Nash left the house. Fisher's tailing him.
Right. Nash just left the house. Got a call.
Let's go. We piled into the squad car and headed across town in the direction of Nash's house. A newsboy on the corner yelled the planted news of Nash's arrest, and the car radio told us what Nash was doing.
Suspect just went into garage. We're parked across the street. Instructions.
I'm about 2 blocks away. If he gets in his car, let me know.
He's coming out, turning north on Chestnut. See him?
There he is, Walt.
We've got him, Jennings. We'll tail him.
We followed Nash until he hit the outskirts of town. He drove for another good half hour, then pulled into a roadside eating place with a motel off to the left.
This looks like it.
Yeah. Drive past. We'll swing back. Nash is going into the diner.
We'll walk up. Attention, all units. I'm at a roadside diner. The stop-a-while motel near it. Suspect just went into diner. All units proceed with caution. A whole bunch might be in that motel.
Mm-hmm.
Hope the boys get here before things start popping.
You said it.
We can't go in.
Hey, there's Nash at the counter.
See anyone else?
Not from here. Let's walk over to the other side. Hey, Walt.
What?
Over there by the gas pump. Green sedan.
Think it might be the robbery car?
Nobody in it.
Look, 2 guys coming out of the restroom.
Yeah. And one of them, Tony Ligeti.
Baxter's boys.
I got a hunch Baxter's around. I got Tony's going in the diner. He's going in to pick up Nash. Probably going to take him for a ride.
Let's take this guy before Ligeti comes out.
He hears us. He's turning around.
Police. He's going for a gun. You knocked him cold. Nice tackle, Rick.
Vassar, 28. Here's his gun. I'll dump him in the car.
Here come some of the boys. I'll wave them off. You get in the back of the car. Okay, I'll get in with you.
I wonder where Baxter is.
Can you look out that back window without being seen?
Yeah. 2 more prowl cars pulled up. If the boys in the diner don't spot them.
Nothing yet?
No. Hey, here they come.
Ligeti and Nash?
Yeah, holy cow, the whole bunch.
Is Baxter with them?
Yeah, and 1, 2, 5 others. They've spotted the cars. They're headed for this car.
You go out that side, I'll go out this.
You're boxed up, Baxter.
Look out, Rick!
Two of them down. Baxter's heading around back.
Rick, don't go after Malone, you crazy!
Now he tells me. Stop, Baxter!
You get him, Rick?
Yeah, but just barely. That was my last shot.
How was the dinner?
Oh, if I'd eaten any more, I'd need a new belt.
You gonna tell me what you did all day and why you were so late?
Went for a long walk in the park.
Oh, that's what I love about you. Gone all day. Come in smelling like a shooting gallery until you tell me you went for a walk in the park. Oh, no.
I'll get it. Yes?
Oh, Rick, you going to give me a routine, or do you want to hear about Baxter?
Oh, Harold Appleknocker's tired. Let's have it.
Ligeti's dying in the hospital. 2 of the other boys died on the way. The guy you tackled is singing all over the place, and Baxter will have a quiet funeral tomorrow. The others we got locked up.
Your boys all right?
One of them got it in the leg. Otherwise, okay. You were right about the girl. Baxter killed her because he was afraid she'd talk. Seems she had a beef and walked out. Baxter got worried. Nash was to get his tonight, just like you figured.
Okay, Walt, thanks. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And thanks, Rick.
Sure.
Well?
Well?
Wanting to know if his boys were all right. Now, Rick, you've been doing something exciting, and I want to know about it.
Honest, baby, the park's very dull in the afternoon. Want to go stir up some action in it now? Good move.
Rick, why do you lie to me? No. All right, come on.
Oh, wait. We're forgetting something. I got to sing a song first.
Oh, Rick, now that you brought it up, I want to go to the park.
Well, this will only take a few seconds. You just pucker up and hold.
Well, look who's here. I haven't seen you in many a year. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, baked a cake. Baked a cake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band, grandest band in the land. Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band and spread the welcome mat for you. Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig right in. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, hired a band. Goodness sake, if I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been.
but it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your bladder and dig, dig, dig right in. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, hired a band. Goodness sake, if I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? How'd you do? How'd you do? Oh, how'd you do? How'd you do? How do you do? Well, still puckered?
Mm-hmm.
Think you can hold it till we get to the park?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see, if you're patient, I always make it up to you.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Lieutenant Levinson was played by Ed Begley. Also in the cast were Virginia Del Valle and Wilms Herbert. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards, and the entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Richard Diamond's Private Detective will next be heard 2 weeks from tonight. Check your local newspaper for the time of broadcast. Listen next week at this hour for Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, Soldier of Fortune. Remember, at this time next week, it's Dangerous Assignment on NBC. This is Eddie King, inviting you to be with us 2 weeks from tonight when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. For all the family, try Father Knows Best tomorrow on NBC.
This I believe. Joe Williams, sport columnist of the Scripps Howard newspapers for the past 25 years, is also the executive sports editor of the New York World Telegram. When asked the secret of a good sports columnist, he said one who can be a fan and a critic at the same time. An avid racing fan, he is part owner with newspaper colleagues of a stable of horses known as the Rolling Press Farm. His biggest journalistic scoop was the memorable announcement of Babe Ruth's resignation from the New York Yankees. Here is the creed of Joe Williams.
There's a saying at the racetrack that you can't rule a man off for trying. I believe in this approach to life. I believe in God. I believe in my country. I believe in basic human decency. I believe there's a right and a wrong way to do things. If I were asked to define Americanism, what made our country what it is today, I would say that it was the American's willingness and determination to stand on his own 2 feet. Now, I keep a box score on every baseball game I cover. There's a credit column in which hits are recorded, and there's a debit column in which errors are listed. But these are too often deceptive. They will give hits to a batter who has been lucky, and they will charge errors against a fielder who has perhaps been unlucky. This is a small mirror of life itself. These things, over a long run, even up, just as they do in life. I've seen some fielders make errors on plays another fielder would not even try to make. He had his personal record in mind. The fielder who made the errors had the team's success in mind. He was willing to sacrifice his personal record in the greater interest of the team's success. There's a kind of religion in that attitude. Incidentally, I've often wondered how it would be, how it would affect the lives of us, if we all kept a daily box score on ourselves. I think what I'm trying to say is that I believe in sports as a way of life. It was Wellington, who said battles are won on the playing fields of Eton. I believe it can be said with equal truth that the principles of decent citizenship are born on the sandlots of Toledo, Ohio, Peoria, Illinois, and Southgate, California. That's where our youngsters first come upon the religion of sports in actual application. Here they learn about fair play, sportsmanship, and the value of working together in a common cause. And because they are frequently forced to learn by ugly contrast, their instincts and the early teachings they got from their parents are thus sharpened against foul practice, swaggering ways, and all that is unwholesome. Not too long ago, I had what was apparently a narrow escape from death.
I was the last passenger out of a burning plane, the crash of which had instantly killed the pilot. I believe I'm a physical coward, but singularly I felt no fear when I came to and began to seek a way to safety. Maybe I was still stunned, but I was completely composed. I did not pray, although I believe in prayer, and I did not think of my family, although I am devoted to my family. I was neither sure I would survive nor that I would die. I was, I suppose, simply resigned to whatever fate awaited me. Now, they have another saying around the racetracks. The red board is up. This means the race is over, the result is final, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. For good or bad, it has gone into the records. I believe that somehow much of the philosophy of the people I live with and my profession is rubbed off on me. I don't know whether this is good or bad either. All I know is that this is how it is with me, and I've lived a very happy life, and I hope a fairly decent one, according to my lights. Those were the beliefs of Joe Williams, sports columnist of the Scripps Howard newspapers. A family man, he makes his home in Essex Fells, New Jersey.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by two famous Bristol Myers products, Vitalis and Sal Hepatica. Vitalis for hair that's well groomed. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Vitalis, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The case of Baby, Cradle, and All. Our story opens tonight on the Lancaster estate in the suburb of your district attorney city. At the front door, Mrs. Lancaster is just getting out of her lawyer's car.
Time for a drink, Walter? There'll be ice and things on the terrace.
Oh, I can't, Maeve. Got to get back to town.
Oh, I wish you'd change your mind.
Oh, I can't, really. Hey, isn't that Drew on the terrace?
Why, yes, it is. That's strange. He said he was lunching in town with some friends of his from college. Drew? Oh, Drew, dear.
If you ask me, your son's busy.
Busy?
Who's the girl?
I don't know.
That's what I meant by busy. Well, I'll phone you when I want those tax reports signed, man.
Yes, Walter, do.
Mother, I thought you were in town.
And I thought you were. Oh, what a shame. I told Julia there'd be no luncheon.
Yeah, she told me. Walter have to leave?
Yes. He's busy in town. I didn't know you were having a guest.
Oh, I'm not. I mean, Laurie and I just drove out. She wanted to see the house.
Really, dear, you might have said... Laurie?
Lorelei Ross.
Lorelei?
Come on, I'll introduce you.
Oh. I don't remember you ever saying... Drew, wait a minute.
Hope I didn't scare Walter away. Oh, Mother? Miss Ross. Laurie, this is my mother. Miss Ross.
Swell to meet you, Mrs. Lancaster.
Thank you, my dear. Oh, do sit down.
Drink, lady? It's rum.
Thank you, Drew.
This, sure is a beautiful place, Mrs. Lancaster. Just like something in the movies.
I was telling Laurie about your archery, Mother. She got quite a kick out of it.
Really?
I'll say I did. I never shot a bow and arrow. Never really had to.
I do it for exercise, mostly.
Oh, yes, I understand.
You aren't having lunch with your friends from school, Drew?
No, Mother. No, I'm not.
It's a shame, Miss Ross. If it weren't so late, I'd insist you stay and have luncheon here with us.
Oh, sure, but...
As a matter of fact, Mother, we're going back to town. I'm taking Laurie to a matinee.
This afternoon? But, darling, you can't.
Oh, but I've already...
I mean, surely you haven't forgotten Dr. Marks. I made my major appointment myself.
Is it true?
He's a dentist. But that can wait, Mother. You can call
Now,
him.
isn't he terrible, Miss Ross? Honestly, I have to lead him around like a great big baby.
Now, Mother, really, there's no reason
but
to
Drew,
go.
we can do it. It'll be fun.
Certainly, Drew. Miss Ross doesn't mind, I'm sure.
Oh, of course not. We'll go to your dentist this afternoon and take in the show tonight.
But I...
Oh, I can get off at the barber shop, all right, Drew, and then we can eat together and everything.
Oh, that sounds swell, Laurie.
But you don't understand.
Oh, sure I do, Mrs. Lancaster. I know Drew pretty well, too.
You do?
Like you say, you gotta lead him around like a big kid. Golly, don't I know.
This is the complete file on the girl, Mr. District Attorney. I had my trustee collect everything he could get.
I see. Take this, will you please, Miss Miller?
Right, Chief. The girl's name is Ross, Mrs. Lancaster.
Lorelei Ross.
Lorelei.
She's apparently called Laurie.
A manicurist, you said, Mrs. Lancaster, huh?
It's all there in the report, Mr. Harrington. My son met the girl in this barber shop.
I see. And after you met her, you had your trustee investigator, is that right?
Walter Lambert, yes. He's been my trustee for years. Ever since my husband died, he's handled everything for me. Well, you'll find the information accurate, all right.
Well, yes, I don't question that, Mrs. Lancaster, but frankly, I'm not exactly clear on what you expect us to do.
Do?
Yes.
Well, it's the most obvious thing I ever saw. This manicurist is deliberately trying to marry my son.
All for his dough, huh?
I beg your pardon?
Well, we've got to be practical, Mrs. Lancaster. Everybody in town knows your son comes into $8 million pretty soon now.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure. Well, I remember seeing his picture when he got turned down by his draft board.
Drew always had publicity, no matter how I tried to avoid it.
Well, I don't think you quite understand, Miss Lancaster. If you find this girl undesirable as an associate for your son, well, that's a matter for you and the boy.
But
As for any action against the girl, well, there's no complaint. She's committed no crime, Mrs. Lancaster. You admit that yourself.
You don't think it's a crime to marry my boy for his money?
Mrs. Lancaster.
Yes?
I'm sorry, Chief.
It's all right. Go right ahead, Miss Miller.
Well, I just wonder if you're giving this girl a break, Mrs. Lancaster. Have you talked to her? Maybe she loves your son. Maybe he loves her. After all,
I see.
Well, I sure don't.
I've created the wrong impression here, haven't I? Oh, be honest. To you, I seem one of those awful society mothers. Nothing's good enough for my boy, that sort of thing.
Well, this does strike me as unusual, Mrs. Lancaster. As Miss Miller just pointed out...
Well, I'm not, you see. I'm not at all. I know this girl, and I know her game.
Her game?
Yes. I know this girl because I was this girl myself.
What?
Yes, it's true. I hooked Drew's father just exactly the way this kid's trying to hook him.
No kid.
I'm sorry.
And I'm ashamed of it. Oh, not to tell you. I'm not ashamed to admit it to the whole world. But I am ashamed to let it happen to my son. And believe me, it won't.
Oh, calm down, May. I've nothing but sherry here in the office. Would you care for some?
Calm down. Walter, do you realize what this girl is trying to do?
Yes, her record's pretty obvious, isn't it? No family to speak of, batted around from one town to another. Quite a record with the police in Norfolk, apparently.
Walter, she's got her hands on Drew.
And what does he say?
Oh, he won't even discuss it. He thinks she loves him.
You pointed out to him that under the terms of his father's will, you turn over the trust to him in August.
Of course.
And he still thinks this Lorelei Ross isn't after his money. Her record and his trust, he can't add that up.
Would I have gone to the district attorney if he could?
Now, May, dear.
Yes?
I've handled things for you for a long time. I wish you'd let me handle this Ross matter as well.
But there's no question of you handling it, Walter.
I'm sorry you went to the DA.
I know. But when he defied me again this morning, when he walked out of the house to see her again, I just didn't know what to do.
Well, I do, May. From now on, let me handle this in my own way.
Anything, Walter. Anything you want.
First, I think I want you to call the DA.
Call him?
There's the phone. Call him and tell him to forget the entire incident.
But
I know what I'm doing, May. Call him, please. Now.
Yes, I understand, Mrs. Lancaster. Yes, I think that's wise of you. Well, these things often work themselves out. Yes, of course. No trouble at all. Thank you.
Now what, Chief? Does she want the girl put on bread and water?
Well, as a matter of fact, Miss Miller, Mrs. Lancaster has changed her mind.
What?
Yes, she's decided to do nothing, Harrington.
Well, what do you know about that?
I know this about it, Miss Miller. She had that Ross girl pegged pretty good.
Oh?
Yeah, Chief, I did a little checking up during the noon hour. Mm-hmm. This Laurie Ross has been bragging all over town about how she's hooked a millionaire kid.
Oh, no.
Well, from what I saw, Mrs. Lancaster, I'd say the girl has her work cut out for her.
You can say that again, Chief. Just like she said in the office, she knows that game herself.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll admit I did admire her for saying it. Most women wouldn't. Well, Chief, I guess we can forget about this one, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I'd be perfectly happy to forget about it, but there's one thing I can't forget.
Yeah, what's that, Chief?
$8 million, Harrington. Sometimes that means trouble.
You want the cuticle pushed back, mister? I always ask for some men don't like it.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Laurie. Just the way they are.
I'll just finish up now and... Say, how'd you know my name? One of the barbers tell you?
No, I've never been in this barber shop before.
That's what I was thinking.
My name is Lambert, Laurie. Walter Lambert. I'm trustee for the Drew Lancaster estate.
Oh, you are? Well, you listen to
Don't
me.
get excited, Laurie. Go on, finish my nails. We can talk here as well as any place.
You can take your fingernails.
Don't
be
foolish, Laurie. You don't want to lose your job here, do you?
Listen, when I get through with Drew Lancaster, he and I'll be like that, see? This job. Your old man's mustache, Mr. Wise Guy.
Going to marry him, Laurie?
You're darn right I'm going to marry him. He loves me.
And what do you love, kid? Drew or his $8 million?
None of your...
Now, listen here. Keep your voice down. Without me, you haven't got a chance. Did you ever hear of a frame, kid? Did you ever hear of even innocent little girls getting framed right out of town?
Why, you dirty...
Remember Norfolk, Laurie? Ever lie to the probation officer down there? Ever think he might like to hear from you, Laurie?
Norfolk.
Uh-huh. I know a lot about you.
Wait a minute. Let me peg this. You handle the dough, huh? Why, sure. You got Mama hog-tied, and in August, all that scratch goes to the kid.
You're getting very smart, Laurie.
And if Mama loses, so do you. Right?
Right. Now I'll talk. I can have you out of town in 1 hour, kid. And you know I can do it.
Talk some more.
But if we team up, if we handle this my way, we both get rich.
8 million rich?
That's the neighborhood, Laurie. How'd you like to live there?
I see what you mean, mister.
Good morning, Drew.
Is Mother with you, Walter?
Why, no. Isn't she here?
Here? She got your phone call about an hour ago. She went right into town.
My phone call? Oh, but that's impossible. I was on my way out here.
Oh, you drive? I didn't hear your car.
I parked it down on the highway and walked across the lawn.
Oh.
My only chance for exercise these days, I'm afraid. I didn't know you went in for archery, too, Drew.
Oh, Mother's the expert. I was just fooling around. Here, you want to try?
Oh, no, thanks. I don't need that much exercise. You're sure May went into town to see me?
Well, you know Mother. She's always getting things mixed up. There's a bottle and some mix on that bench, Walter. Want a drink?
Why, yes, I think I do. I'll get it, Drew.
Yeah, help yourself.
Good shot. Mix you one?
Please.
Have you seen much of Miss Ross lately?
Don't start on it, Walter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Here's to Miss Ross.
Don't be coy, Walter. It doesn't suit you.
You don't really believe I'm for you, do you, Drew?
Any reason why I should? I know all about you, Walter.
In the matter of Miss Ross, for instance. May's told me how you feel.
Mother's always told you so much, Walter. That's been one of the mistakes.
Oh, now that's a little harsh, isn't it? After all, I've kept your trust fund intact for you. Your mother's lived entirely on the income.
Who are you kidding?
Would you like another drink?
No. No, thanks. That one seems to have hit me.
Oh, the sun, probably. It is hot out here.
I think I'll sit down.
When you say handling the money was my job, Drew, you infer
now, look, Walter, if this is a plea, forget it. I'll be 21 soon, and when I am, I'll handle my own affairs.
I see. Then you won't retain me,
Never bothered to spare your feelings before, Walter. Why should I begin now? I think you're a crook.
Oh, you're frank, Drew. I like you for that.
Always frank. Very frank.
Why, what's the matter? Aren't you feeling well, son?
I'll be all right in a minute.
Archery's too much for you, probably. It takes quite an arm to bend this bow. Mind if I try?
Not so much. It's easy.
Look at me. I can hardly pull this thing back.
Funny, I feel so sick.
You put the arrow in like this, don't you?
Oh, I gotta lie down a minute, Walter. I'm dizzy.
Put the arrow along the bow like this, don't you?
Be careful how you point it. Hey, look out. Don't point that thing at me.
I'll be careful, Drew. It's quite a pull, isn't it?
There's nothing to it.
What did you say, Drew?
I said that there's nothing to it. Walter!
Do you want to see the reporters, Chief? They want a statement on your raid at the Five Juices Club.
Yes, well, I'll be with them as soon as I can.
All right.
Did you put that gang through the lineup, Harrington?
Yeah, all of them, Chief. The head waiter, the 4 guys we got running the tables, everybody.
Yes, and?
Well, it proves we were right on one count, Chief. Nobody wanted them, so they must be from out of town.
Get circulars out on all of them, will you please, Miss Miller?
Yes, sir. They're being prepared now.
Well, I hope it's a good sign, Chief. The first joint on the list being a gambling outfit.
Oh, I think our list is all right. What bothers me is the real head of it. These men we took in last night are obviously just employees.
Yeah, that's right. I pegged that bum Parsons that way. The name Joe Parsons may be on the liquor license, but he sure don't own the place.
Yes, exactly. Well, there's nothing to do but work down the list, then. We'll stage another raid tonight.
I'll get a control sheet ready, Chief.
Yes, please, Miss Miller. Now, anything else, Harrington?
What? Oh, there's a dame showed up in the morgue this morning. Homicide.
I meant to go down. Any story yet?
No, I'm working on it. She was dumped out of a car out in the suburbs, shot once through the back of the head.
Yes, I saw the examiner's report.
Oh, there's lots of leads to go on, Chief. Fully dressed, handbag full of stuff. I'll know something in a couple of hours.
All right, keep me informed, will you?
Right.
And stand by for tonight. We'll keep on raiding until we find the man we want.
Mitzi was a good kid, Walt. Oh, it's too bad.
Look here, Jim, you've got to settle down to work. Have you any idea what last night's raid on the Five Deuces cost me?
Well, she was just jealous. You can't blame her for that.
Oh, stop it. This is big time. Losing that club will set me back $60,000 at least. Yes, and losing Parsons doesn't help matters.
You're going to let him take a fall?
Parsons was paid to take risks, and at least he did his job.
Meaning I'm not.
Well, what about her? Has she said anything?
Oh, I told you. She just doesn't talk about the DA.
I wonder if she could be wise.
I don't see how. Oh, she doesn't make a phony move all the time I'm with her.
You're not followed? Anything like that?
I'm not that dumb, Walt. I could spot a tail a mile away.
We can't waste time any longer, Jim. Miller knows what clubs the DA intends to raid, and I must get that list.
Not from Little Clam Up, you won't.
When's your next date?
Tonight. I paid one of the hairdressing kids $5 to tell me your favorite movie star. So we're going to the movies.
All right. Now listen to what I want you to do, Jim. It occurs to me now, perhaps we've been, well, let's just say too gentle.
I don't see why you don't like him, Harrington. You haven't even met the man.
I suppose he's a big shot in the stock market.
Mr. Hubbard? Oh, I'd hardly say that.
Well, you were just telling me he talks about the market all the time.
Oh, Harrington, honestly.
No, Miss Miller, tell me more. Now, when you go to the Emerald Room, the head waiters all jump up at once. Now, what else?
I didn't say that.
And what? Oh, yeah. They bring a phone to his table. Boy, what a man of distinction.
That's better than bringing you a bowl of pretzels at the Dutchman's.
Yeah. For your information, Brenda, the Dutchman serves peanuts.
Oh, why don't you
Honest
stop? You
salted
haven't
peanut
even
and
met
eating-
him. Please give him...
Oh.
Sorry I'm late.
Hi,
Any calls, Miss Miller?
They're on your desk, Chief. Oh, and your Christmas seals came.
Good. Remind me to send a check tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Harrington and I bought ours this noon.
Yeah. Oh, that's something we never forget, those Christmas seals.
Right.
Oh, Chief, I got most of the story on that girl, the homicide in the morgue.
Oh?
Her name's Mitzi Page. Cased her apartment this afternoon.
I see. Anything promising?
Well, nothing much from the neighbors. Oh, there's a boyfriend in it, I think. I took his picture off her dresser. Wait a second, I got it right here.
That manila envelope, Harrington?
Yeah.
It's right here.
Oh, open it, will you please, Miss Miller?
Sure.
Looks like a newcomer, Chief, or else he's just straight.
That one, Miss Miller?
I'll have it copied for you. Oh. Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Harrington, this picture, this was on the dead girl's dresser?
Sure it was. Why?
Yes. Something the matter, Miss Miller?
Well, Chief, this man, this is Jim Hubbard.
Who?
Why, I can't... Jim Hubbard, Harrington, my friend, the man Why, I've got a date with him tonight.
Wait a minute. This man, this is the one you met at the charity bazaar?
Why, I don't understand it, Chief. It's the same man. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, brother, this is something new.
Miss Miller.
I'm shocked. Well, I mean, surely there's some explanation. Surely... Well,
Wait a minute. Let's not be too hasty.
I know,
Suppose we just talk about this man a little. If you're willing, tell us just what you already know.
Honestly, Jim, this is one of the craziest nights I've ever spent.
I told you I had a surprise. Oh, my friend's upstairs. He'll be down in a minute.
You are unpredictable.
Oh?
First we go to the Robert Montgomery picture, and after 5 minutes you want to leave.
Oh, I'm funny that way. If I can't get interested, I walk out.
Gee, we sure did. And then this long ride out here. A friend of yours lives here, you said?
Yes, you'll like him.
May I intrude?
Oh, come in, Walt. We were waiting for you. Miss Miller? Mrs. Walt.
How do you do?
Pleasure, Miss Miller. I had your car put around in back, Jim, all right?
Sure, Walt. That's fine. We won't be leaving.
We won't... Oh, well, my goodness, I ought to leave right now. I'm a working girl, you know. I have to get up in the morning.
Yeah.
Yes, Jim's told me of your work, Miss Miller.
Oh?
Does the district attorney always have one of his men follow you in the evening?
Follow me? I don't know what you mean.
Sure you do, kid. Tonight.
I must say he was easily lost, Miss Miller. Jim tells me you merely went into the movie theater by one door, left by another, and your shadow was gone.
Now, really, I don't think this is very funny at all. Why would anyone follow me?
I'll be happy to explain, Miss Miller. No, don't get up, please. Because you're going to talk, little lady. And you're going to start right now.
Oh, never mind. But tell him I want to see him the first thing in the morning. Right. Yes, and keep this line clear.
I don't get it, Chief. You told Miss Miller to phone in by 10. It's after midnight.
But I'm beginning to get it, Harrington. Hubbard knew he was being followed.
Don't tell me. Oh,
yes, Brophy followed them to a movie theater, and he lost them shortly after they went in.
Lost? Oh, I know it. I should have gone. I know it.
Oh, it's not your fault. It's mine. But I certainly didn't think he'd expect to be shadowed.
Yeah, she was supposed to call in by 10.
Yes, I know. Harrington, where in the world has he taken that girl?
Oh, please, I don't know anything. I don't.
You're his secretary.
I don't know anything. Oh, please, stop
Jim.
it. I
Yes,
don't
boss?
know anything.
Look in that humidor on the desk. I want some cigars. Yes, cigars, whole handful.
Sure, boys. Whatever you say.
Ever get burnt, Miss Miller?
What?
Anybody ever put out a cigar in that pretty face of yours?
You're crazy. I tell you, I don't know anything.
Except the list of gambling places, huh? Nothing but that list.
I never heard of the list, believe me.
There you are, Walt.
Light one.
Oh,
I'll light it.
Sure, Walt. Right away.
Please, won't you understand? I don't...
Here, give it to me.
Wait a second, will you? I got to get it going.
No.
Press, Miss Miller? Rather tell me what places are on that list, would you?
I don't know.
Hurry, Jim.
Yeah, it's okay now, I guess.
No.
Here, thanks.
Please don't.
See the end, Miss Miller.
No.
See how it glows?
I don't know. I tell you, I don't know.
Oh, who the...
Don't move! You boys take too long.
Oh, Harrington,
I
geez.
said, Miss Miller. Don't move a muscle, sweethearts, because, brother, how I'd like to take a shot at you.
Are you sure you're all right, Miss Miller?
Now, wait a minute.
Okay, Chief.
Okay, Harrington, let's take this pair away.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment to explain how he and Harrington found Miss Miller. But first, there's at least one point on which a surprisingly large number of people agree. On which they say, that goes for me, too.
Does Mr. Arnold agree?
Yes, indeed.
How about Mr. Murphy?
Certainly.
Mr. Bailey, too?
Right again.
Well, Fred, just what is it so many people agree on?
That it's so easy to wake up now and then feeling dull and logy due to the need of a laxative.
Yes, but it's also easy to take Sal Hepatica. And a sparkling glass of Sal Hepatica when you get up brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour.
That means you don't have to go through the day waiting until night to take a laxative.
And another thing, if you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, let Sal Hepatica sweeten your stomach.
Better keep a bottle of Sal Hepatica handy. Then any time you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. Now, here is your district attorney.
I'd like to point out, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, that a gun found in Walter Montello's possession proved to be the weapon used against Mitzi Page, and that, confronted with this evidence, he made a full confession of the murder.
Yeah, and his slick stooge, Chief.
Yes, and Jim Hubbard, Harrington. And, of course, as a result of their arrest, we were successful in closing all of the gambling establishments he'd set up in the county.
Gosh, Chief, I still feel terrible about it. To think I went out with that man.
You're hardly to blame, Miss Miller. Walter Montello was unusually clever. In fact, he made a study of you just to get Jim Hubbard into your good graces.
You can have those graces.
That's right, Miss Miller. Oh, hey, Chief, why don't you explain just how we knew where they took her?
Well, that was a chance we had to take, Harrington. When we realized you were gone, Miss Miller, Harrington and I tried to remember every word you'd said about Jim Hubbard.
That's right. And I remembered you said he used a telephone at this nightclub.
Yeah.
That's right, at the Emerald Room.
Exactly. Fortunately, switchboard operators in hotels and nightclubs make a record of outgoing calls. It was fortunate, too, that they'd kept a record of Jim's call to Columbia 5027.
Right, because when you trace that number, it's Walt's house. And that's where we found you.
Gee, am I glad you did. Gee, what about next week?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, for next week we have another story in our continuous war against the underworld, a story of great dramatic excitement. It's the case of Death on Wax, and I invite you to join us for it. So until then, thank you, and good night.
It's new. It's quick. It's Benex. Benex. The new brushless wonder shave that wilts your whiskers so they whisk off like... Mister, try Benex. See how the special beard softening formula actually makes your beard 1/5 water. Makes your whiskers so waterlogged they don't stand a chance against your razor. Result? Quick, easy, comfortable shaves. Get Benex. Benex. Benex Brushless Shave Cream.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were J. Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden. The program is produced and directed by Edward A. Byram and written by Robert Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Remember Vitalis for hair that's well-groomed, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica and Vitalis, invite you to tune in again next Wednesday for Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.